trails in the sky, man. Look at that plane, supersonic. X marks the spot, grip over the land. You're taking a sip of that tonic. They poison in the well, don't drink from your hands. Sometimes I find it ironic. Motherfuckers don't draw a line in the sand. GMOs to Monsanto, no need to speak Esperanto. The good shit's for the cantos, the pantos, not the rantos. Fluoride in your toothpaste keeps your pineal gland encased. Injecting their venom with fangs made of gold, man, it leaves you with a fucked up aftertaste. They sleep while we wake and bake and talk about space being totally fake. Woke motherfuckers with some bling and big grills, handing all these motherfuckers bright red pills. Pill 33 Penguinati, peeks up cause you know it's squatty. NASA we know that you're spotty, cause you all pill out Tagnati. We smoking that boob on the chronic. Chemtrails in the sky, man. Look at that plane, supersonic. X marks the spot, grip over the land. You're taking a sip of that tonic. They poison in the well, don't drink from your hands. Sometimes I find it ironic. Motherfuckers don't draw a line in the sand. Interdimensional, non-physical entities with their omnidirectional retinal spectacle pedestals. Expendable imbeciles with a non-glitchable thirst for a non-ethical, skeptical. You like a lie.
When we start exposing these deep operations, that's when the can of worms that flat Earth is really becomes apparent. Because yeah, it's pretty nasty when it comes down to it. Not for us, but for them.
We smoking that boob on the chronic. Chemtrails in the sky, man. Look at that plane, supersonic. X marks the spot, grip over the land. You're taking a sip of that tonic. They poison in the well, don't drink from your hands. Sometimes I find it ironic. Motherfuckers don't draw a line in the sand.
The wrenches. Always with the damn wrenches.
It's about to go down. Rap, most definitely. Hardware bandit.
Always with the damn wrenches.
35th degree.
Facts over feelings, action over drama. And we did so because of this. The fear French. The people who don't get it aren't here right now.
Rap, most definitely. Rap, most definitely. Hardware vandal.
Always with the damn wrenches.
32 degrees. Most definitely.
The wrenches. Always with the damn wrenches.
32 degrees.
I can't do anything about it. There's just too many of them.
There's so many of them, but okay.
God. Stay awake and take away the world.
We be the Penguinati, the new Illuminati. We're to free your mind, your soul, and your body. They can't stop me, but they keep on trying and keep denying that they got all of them eyes prying on our personal lives as the lies unfold. Truth is sitting around waiting for some truth to be told, but let it be known that we are the hoax. Questioning things of that, I'll take you out of your comfort zone. I'm not saying I know there's no dome, but it kinda feels like I'm going right back to the globe. While the shepherds fight to fleece the flock, the doomsayers debate about their doomsday clock. Some say we're in a cult of believers, but how we in a cult when we're nothing but leaders? Thinking like think, man, you know that's the credo. We keeping that in mind everywhere that we go.
Day after day we open the doors of perception, finding more and more of the damned action. Armed with minds to unlock the hidden answers, interested in research, journalistic freelancers. Having left behind any model specific proposition, opened eyes perceiving through direct observation. Having left the realm of fairy tales and fiction, sharpened beaks pointing the right direction. Making use of the tools we have at hand to fight against ignorance across all lands. Smashing absurdity with blue branches, uncovering idiocy and distributing pink branches. Separating the wheat from the chaff, enabling the think tank with your tragedies. Follow patterns and make us yawn, badly acting human shields that randomly spawn. We do in fact call BS on your fabricated anecdotes. Moving on without you, not even leaving notes. Activating infinite potential, lying fallow people waking up, speaking what they know. We recognize your fakes, empty the frames. We have looked through all your fancy games. Your green screen doesn't impress us anymore. Your fear tactics acting weaker despite fake gore. Not accepting false dichotomy thought cages, thinking freely from our hearts, writing pages. Entries to the book of life so keen, walking a new passes and lands unseen. Walking a new passes and lands unseen.
Do you believe the things that you hear on the news? Are you just another masked fool? Don't be so obnoxious, man, don't be dumb, 'cause you'll end up unconscious. You got the Sunday bun. We're all being held hostage, but I'm on the run. It's just so exhausting, it's just for fun. You gotta use your optics, take a good look around. Don't be an ostrich if your head up from the ground. It's the new orange, it's the one, the number they're calling 311. It's the 311. 311. It's just not logical. Dancing nurses in hospitals. I never thought it could be possible. The lie is astronomical. All I hear is Black Lives Matter, that's a motto. The sheep bleed on repeat like there's no tomorrow. The elites lead and you follow. It's like everything to feed and you swallow. The pain cause like a sorrow. I'm on a case like a pyro. No hassle, just watch as I unravel the glory. Stop finding the coffin, show us some Floyd. The moral of the story. What if I told you that nobody died? to get the people to unite and fight back against the system. I'm not a Christian, but God knows I'm on a mission. Cause people only tend to listen when they haven't got about the mission. They get time to politicians when others never start kissing. Get above your heart to make a difference. For politicians, I never get on miracle mission. My aim is be your mind and get you asking questions. Using love and blessing, the power of suggestion. And learn the lessons from history so in the future we can listen goodbye and over inhibition. My state of mind is limited edition. Still I'm fishing, put the answers to life mystery. To show us some more body in the bottom of a bottle of whiskey. Tomorrow's never promised, so you gotta move quickly.
Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. Bow down on your knees and pray, oh evil man. You got to face your limitations. Babylon weeping your corruption. People got no time to lose. The system has their claws in you fools. I said the people got no time to lose. The system has their claws in you fools. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Pack up your things and run as fast as you can. Big brother is coming to devour you whole, rip through your soul. Beware of heathens, yeah, and those that smite you. Jaja is calling, your children be ready, don't get left behind. People got no time to lose. The system has no claws for you fools. I said the people got no time to choose. The system is making all you fools. Bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Say bow down, Babylon. Bow down, Babylon. Wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, your children. Wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, your children. Wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, Rastafari, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, Isaac, wise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, Isaac, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, rise up, my people, yeah. Rise up, rise up, rise up, my people, yeah.
Water doesn't curve for fuck, they give a vacuum, ain't ever thought it's fake. Telling you about spins and orbits, all vanities like little hobbits. You've never felt the orbital speed, there's no way you could stay on your feet while you're blasting in every direction. You don't need a redirection. You've never ever thought about this, just accepted it that the way it is. They've taken your mind, crawled it a rod, indoctrinated it with a foreign thought. Talking about their imaginary friend, helping the masses to make light bend. A concept for water on the ball, like it could stick to a wall. Vast bodies of water won't ever display the convexity a globe would portray. They clearly meet that ability, no way to form that kind of stability. And before you get off on your water drops, you have to know a thing about the ocean's tops. 'Cause they got waves to rise.
Okay, thank you for joining. Today is Sunday, April 25th, 2020. This is PGA.
But gravity you rush to say, a giant law with a role to play. Substitute of Abrahamic thought, result of adjustment to die.
You can hear all the music featured on this station at infiniteplane.live. We're a few minutes early here. I just wanted to get my notes together and answer any questions from people here in the chat. Spirit Jordan says, hi from France, land of the Jesuits and muzzled zombies. Yeah, that's pretty much the case. Muzzled zombies. I was actually thinking about that today. If nothing else, if you can take any consolation from the last year and a half, one thing we could take out of this is that even if we can't change what's coming, even if the Great Reset isn't up to us, at least now we can clearly identify who is and isn't a zombie from a distance. And it's really just based on their level of thoughtless conformity. Commenter asks this on thought. Yeah, this is actually going to be mirrored on Dark Matter, I think. Probably not, actually. We have something else scheduled at this time. I don't want to interrupt, but it will be on Dark Matter on Wednesday. We're only doing this it's Wednesday nights, so we're doing interviews. It's an interview-based show, Wednesday nights, and the guest right now is in Brisbane, and so I didn't want to try to flip his or my world upside down to make the interview happen, so we're pre-recording this time. Something else, I'm going to also open up phones. So he's on Skype with me, but I have my phone system separate. So if you want to call in or just ask questions, make comments in the chats, go ahead. But if you are interested in calling in, I will be able to hear you, and he will not. And we have the option of adding people into a conference call, but I think that's something you do when you plan in advance. I've noticed if people don't know each other and they get put into a conference, it's like two lobsters in a cage. It doesn't matter how nice they were 5 minutes before. It's just human nature. That's why I think carefully about who I go on road trips with, or elevators. Do you want to be stuck in an elevator with the person standing next to you? Commenter says the Arctic Apocalypse YouTube channel says a big event is coming on Friday, April 30th, FYI. That's an easy one to predict, I have to say. They even said that Apophis 99942 was going to kill us on 429. It's an easy one because it's around May Day. And May Day is when the occultists, the pagans, the secret rulers of the world celebrate their rituals in plain sight. May Day is a huge one. It's actually bigger than Halloween. That's why the Satanists started their movement in the 60s on May Day. Well, it's actually the evening before. So I expect quite a lot. There's always the environmentalists and the commies, same thing, marching around this time. So it always does this. It always looks to me, whenever I see these massive political gatherings, these agitated crowds, it always looks to me like the political football is just an excuse to get the people out there, to get them to surround the obelisks, to wear the colors, to chant the chants. Like, I think that we are looking at a spellbound world. Unwitting participants in massive group magical workings, manifesting this dystopian nightmare they've sold us through the television screen. And the screen is, for all intents and purposes, the Bible of this New Age religion. If it doesn't come through the screen, it's non-canonical. They will burn it, delete it. They will delete you if it's inside of your head. And this is at the point where we're at right now, where we're seeing the formerly free press, free media, or somewhat free. I mean, it's free to an extent. How free are you, though, if you're not able to see outside of the constraints that they've given you through the controlled use of language and fake science? But we've been running our mouths, sharing ideas in a very decentralized way for a few years. But that's being reversed. YouTube became MSMTube like 3 years ago. Nobody speaking outside of mainstream acceptable discourse is going to be there in the future. So it's all coming from the same screen. And that was my point. One of the reasons why they want people to be quarantined is because they want you alone with your Bible. You in a room, in your cell. For decades, conspiracy theorists have been hysterical about, oh, they're going to round us up. They're going to send us to the FEMA camps. That's been one of the main fears. Run for the hills, buy my MREs. So you're going to run to the hills with a backpack full of basically army food, your gun, and a Bible. But this has been the storyline for so long. And last year it became very clear to me that in no way do they want any of you out there in these lands. They don't want you anywhere except in your house, controlled. So what they did is they actually decentralized the FEMA camp. So all of the worst fears and the nightmare scenarios conjured by the most paranoid conspiracy theorists have already been realized. And this is the good news. The good news is they're not coming to get you. But that's because they already have you. I mean, it's already checkmate for humanity. What we're doing here, more or less, is just trying to understand this zeitgeist and observing the changes it goes through, which we don't have any way to stop it. And I don't even know if we would want to. Mr. Satan, Starman, Elon Musk is going to be hosting SNL on May 8th with Miley Cyrus. So man's savior. And this is in all seriousness. The script writers are obviously engaging in high-level, sophisticated, trenchant satire. But the masses take this seriously. So when I say that Elon Musk is your savior, I don't mean it as a joke. Let's say an asteroid, fictional, but the masses believe these are real, so let's just pretend like we live in the fictional universe that the consensus trance agrees upon. So we're going to be hit by an asteroid very soon. Now, we only have a few options. You've got pretty much NASA, which you're not getting on board. You've got Virgin Galactic, his planes explode. You've got Bezos, and then you've got Musk. For the most part, Musk is the only one who's Mars ready, who's prepared to send 144,000 chosen to heaven to escape the calamity, to escape the judgment. So Elon Musk is your savior. You can look at the Pope praying at his stone obelisk. That's not going to take you anywhere. Elon Musk is the new Pope. He's the world savior. And I say this in all seriousness, and that's how twisted this thing is, because he's going to be on Saturday Night Live, which is just PSYOP Entertainment Central. All they do is they tell jokes to reinforce the false worldview and all the PSYOPs and make you hate the right scapegoats. He's going to be hosting that with Miley Cyrus, who might actually be portraying the role of Ayesha Curry with a hyper-realistic silicone mask and a fat suit. Kind of a side note, but I'm just bringing this up because Saturday Night Live, when you look at the people who host it and the people around it, that's all behind the screen. These are all the people who are backstagers to the major world psyops. And we've talked about the Saturday Night Live characters and the various actors who are known to be death fakers, known to have been engaged in this. Like, look, just for examples, Chris Farley, did he really die at 33? No, I don't think so. I think we can positively connect him to Robert Ford, mayor of Toronto. Belushi, did he die at 33? Questionable. Haven't investigated that one. What about Hartman, Phil Hartman? He wasn't 33. No, but he was shot in the head 3 times at 3 a.m. Like, that whole clique is very unusual. So the fact that Musk is in front means that he is pretty much going to be universally accepted. The Mars mission is going down. You will know people who will buy tickets to go to Mars, and you will say, it's just a Hyperloop simulation, and you're going to end up in a gulag beneath Nevada somewhere, and they're going to call you a flatty. They're going to say, well, you're just watching too many flat Earth videos. I'm going to Mars. And Mars might actually even be attractive. You might even want to go. Knowing it's fake doesn't change the fact that it might actually be a very nice lifestyle. But it's a one-way trip. Going through some comments. Spirit Jordan says, Elon reported me to Twitter for making fun of his... Oh, you got suspended from Twitter. Twitter is the only place on the internet where you even have access to real-time live reporting. I mean, it's all questionable. You have to question everything. But if you want unvetted material that is not going through MSM filters, it's not going to happen on YouTube. It is on Twitter. They don't censor anything. I mean, they censor you if you're kicking around mainstream political footballs. But if you're just out there posting and posting, it all kind of gets through. In fact, my Twitter account just celebrated its third Twitterversary. So if you don't know, it's twitter.com/flat__lunacy. And our Twitter account just entered its third year. And I use this as a place to post things that I think are relevant to our interests. I try to keep it all on topic, things that we talk about here. Like, here's an interesting image someone tweeted at me this morning. It's a flat plane with Earth in the middle, like the flat Earth, and then outer space all around, which is just, it looks like an icy plane. It's not all that different from what the crater earther types are saying, only they see it as a bunch of mud rather than snow. Commenter says, countdown to the Thunderdome. Oh, there's some interesting correlations between Mad Max 2021. I mean, how many of these bad sci-fi movies from like 33 years ago are just coming true today? But the use of science fiction, to me, has been the formation of contemporary myths for the modern zeitgeist. They replaced all the old myths. War of the Worlds is just judgment from above. You know, they use science fiction, but based it on the ancient templates. And so I do think that a lot of the dystopian futures we see, all this post-reset stuff, it's all there, I think, to also condition us to the fact that at some point, the free market, free people have to give control over to the scientocracy to save us. They've been setting the stage for some time that science would be our saviors. Oh, let me go ahead and bring up Gwen too, since we're talking about this flat plane. So the space station just received a few more astronauts, and now it's become, I would say, something of an international clown car. I mean, how many people can you fit in that thing? But they put about, I think right now it's 11 people in the space station. If you're looking on the screen, that is Gwyn, the fluffy penguin toy crew member of the recent SpaceX launch. So they use these as microgravity indicators or whatever, so they're just flying up and they know that they're in space when this thing starts levitating. And look, on the website that I'm looking at, it's just sciencealert.com. I'm looking at the images. It says he can actually fly Gwyn to space. Now, a few people have brought this up to me because they said, why are they using a penguin, of all things? You know, so he's their zero-G indicator, and as soon as he starts flying, they know that they're in zero-G. But on this page, I'm getting advertisements for mother-daughter spacesuits. And it's not a spacesuit to go to space. It's a spacesuit to walk to school or to go to the grocery store. It's literally just if you ask me, this is it's a burqa made out of vinyl and Tyvek. I mean, this is insane. But I called this. This said you're going to see fully closed face shields, polycarbonate hooded shields. That these are basically meant to protect you from breathing. Because people breathe, and if they breathe in your vicinity, you die. That's what we've been told. We live in a toxic environment. Just like if you walk on the surface of the moon or the surface of Mars, you're going to have to be covered up from the radiation. Well, they have people convinced that it's just deadly to breathe the open air. They're training people to become agoraphobic. This is all to prepare, I believe, the next generation for dome life, for staying in one place, never leaving, just farming potatoes, smoking your pot, and playing video games. That's what they've been preparing people for. And I think that's what Mars life ultimately is. It's about keeping you in one place, which is serfdom. And Musk has been accused of setting the stage for indentured servitude. So anyway, I'm just seeing all these happy smiling faces in spacesuits, and they have them for all ages, even for babies, basically. I mean, nobody thinks this is weird but us. And then we're thought of as weird for thinking that this is weird. So anyway, let's continue. I saw that ad, so if you want to buy your mother a spacesuit for Mother's Day, I can send you a link to the Etsy account. This toy shows when astronauts have reached 0G. You know, okay, so supposedly they reached 0G. That's what they say. A few of us here would dispute that, but let me go ahead and show you something that makes me question their claim here about actually being in 0G. So the other day, they were up there answering questions of children, talking about the astronauts, and they were throwing around, it was for Earth Day, they were throwing around a globe, and one of them dropped the globe, and it fell. Now normally when you drop things, oh, and that's gross too. I got something else to show you as well.
For the agency.
Let me go ahead and bookmark it. We got an astronaut picking and eating skin off his arm. Sorry to even have to go there. But I got to show you what happened. So they're sitting around answering questions about, you know, space and gravity, and they're throwing around this inflatable ball. Now, at first I thought the ball was pure CGI, but now I'm kind of starting to think that it might be filled with helium or something to help simulate 0G. So I'm going to put that on the screen. I'm going to let it loop a few times, and you know, you can decide for yourself, are we seeing gravity? Now here's the thing about it. The astronaut on the far right, he's got the globe underneath his arm against his thigh. Now it slips out and it falls. Now every other astronaut here dives for it. That's what's so weird. They all dive for it.
Hurricane, you're pretty amazed and you start taking pictures.
And then the one in the middle stops the other ones. And this guy here bending down, if you look where his eyes are, okay, the way his eyes are placed and where his hands are guided, and he did this reflexively, you can surmise that the ball moved over to the other side of the screen. So how did that happen? Gravity?
That whole hurricane, you're pretty amazed and you start taking pictures and all of that of it. But then,
and again, he gets pushed back and shooed back into place by the very nervous looking actress in the middle. So again, if you believe you're on a ball, that's cool. You know, it's your religion, not knocking it. But the space station is clearly fake. And if you think this is real, I don't know. I mean, can you be trusted to even operate heavy machinery? Like, this is Sesame Street level fake. Like, this might fool children, okay? These are Muppets. And so the Muppet on the far side, and look at how his body moves as I zoom back and forth. You can see that there's a harness system. There's a pulley that he's reliant upon to lower himself down. They're reacting to a director, and there shouldn't be a director here. They're supposed to be talking to a camera. Live streaming. Nope, not at all. This is Earth Day. They dropped the ball on Earth Day. Now, I showed this to Mick West, the metadebunk.org debunker extraordinaire, and he said that it was actually explained quite easily by, I believe he said the astronaut squeezed the ball, which caused it to shoot forth. So you can believe that if you want. I've examined this enough times, and the other guy on the far side, when he dives for it, that gives it away, I think. Okay, so there's more. Let me show you the other astronaut. Like I said, this one, I'm sorry to have to bring this up, but this is a new one. This is from yesterday when there was 11 astronauts taking a break to answer questions from the ground. They all look nervous. They all look like they need a pit stop, like they're in a crammed vehicle. It looks so uncomfortable. And I'm not going to play the whole clip, but you've got 11 astronauts hugging. Like, what do you do in space? They hug. There's a lot of hugging. It's like they're doing 0G Twister. And none of them have taken baths in months. They're all barefoot. Like, I just find it very unbelievable. I mean, you ever taken a 24-hour train ride? I mean, you don't want to be around all those people. The instant you get out, you run out. But anyway, so watch this individual here, though. This might be a problem because he's in 0G.
For the agency, the country, and the world. And
he's picking skin off his arm. So I can only imagine that these little bits of skin will be floating around later. But watch what he does.
You guys have had an amazing... Yes,
he eats it. Sorry. I mean, I figure maybe these guys... Are they on meth? Someone explained to me. But anyway, yeah, this character here, for a few minutes there, no one's watching him. He's just eating the skin off his arms and off of his hands. And again, you're in outer space, 0G. That could be floating around. You could be inhaling some of that. Really tight quarters. Okay, let me go back to the comments. Linda Curtis says, looks like crack scratching. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Let's continue. Heaven's Gate eats your heart out. Oh yeah, this is the world's biggest cult. It really is. And yes, this is everyone here who's saying WTF. It gets worse, and I can assure you of that. I was going to ask Metabunk to debunk this one. You know, speaking of, and I hate to, I don't hate to, but I have to actually. I have to point this stuff out. So here's an example. This is Ross Bossbaum. Oh, this is an example of the visual illiteracy that typifies our conspiracy debunkers. So if you're a conspiracy theorist, you just don't believe what you see on TV. It's that simple. You're a critical thinker. They kind of use the term conspiracy theorist to shame you out of it. But everyone looking at the screen can see this rocket, which the lighting, the color, it could be Legos. It could be from Power Rangers, just cheap CGI effects. At no point does it even feel remotely real to me. And having years of experience in photo and digital editing, I can look at effects and I know what they did to make this. Okay, so I'm looking at this and I shared this with Mick West from Metabunk. Again, just to point out that this is one of the top debunkers in the world. I said, Mick, can you honestly tell me you believe this to be a real rocket? So he's looking at this. Okay, he's looking at this cheesy computer model. I mean, no offense to the animator, it's a cool animation. But his answer was, yeah, why not? Why not exactly? Now, I didn't do him a favor. I didn't explain to him, hey, you've been broken. Sorry. You're a broken machine, Mick. They actually damaged you irreparably. It's worse than being, you know, it's like you have literacy and then illiteracy. In this case, it's a form of visual illiteracy where your eyes are wide shut. And I think that's why Stanley Kubrick chose that name as the name for his movie, Eyes Wide Shut, that was released on the 30th anniversary of the Apollo mission. I think he chose that name advisedly. Eyes Wide Shut also makes me think about another Kubrick film, Clockwork Orange. All of his films are unwatchable, in my opinion. But I've watched them all because I was in a film studies class for some time. And so this is another film where he has this image of somebody with their eyes being forced open. And I think this might actually be a reference to our subconscious and how our subconscious has its eyes always open to whatever's being fed to it by the power elite through the screen. And we don't even know. And that's why they're able to toy with us on such a massive level to where people don't know the difference between real and fake. And the top debunkers in the world, as I demonstrated here, literally don't know. Just a heads up here, in about, I believe in an hour, if he's up early, we do have a guest. I kind of started early today just to get people around. We might take a break shortly. Okay, there's something else. Listen to this. Because I talk about the coincidences, the synchronicities, the connections. And this is beyond apophenia. This isn't cherry picking. Like, these are objective connections that tell a symbolic story. And I've been connecting and correlating, as many of you have already heard this before, but there are connections between the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin event and 9/11. There are connections between the Rodney King beating of 30 years ago and 9/11. It's all in the symbolism. It's in the numbers, in objectively reported facts that suggest we're looking at a script. So I brought up how the George Floyd Act was passed on 3/3, 30th anniversary of the 3/3 beating of King, Rodney King, and how there were 33 people, only 33 allowed, in Derek Chauvin's courtroom. And that was also published by the news. So I've also talked about how the number 42 is often being used associated with this black and white dialectic. So it turns out, and this is just very consistent with the symbolic system and language we've been referencing, that 330 days from the death of George Floyd on 4/20, we have a verdict. So again, 330 days from the day of his death, we get a verdict, and it's on a 4/2. Very consistent, and those who have been following the mind maps will appreciate that. Okay, let me go ahead and follow through with a few comments here. Mary Smith says, Elon looks so lost, bored, and tired of holding up the columns. You know, I don't know. He's going to host Saturday Night Live, and I've been paying attention to Musk and his Twitter feed, and if anything, I think he's getting to be a bit more audacious. Like, I won't be surprised if I'm right about his true objective here with the 42,000 CubeSats. He might actually be a megalomaniac. We'll see. I mean, he's something of a chimera cross between Gene Wilder's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory's Willy Wonka. He even bought Gene Wilder's house and started a candy company briefly. So he's kind of a cross between Willy Wonka and Iron Man. Okay, let me go ahead and read this one too. I had to get through this one. A Tale of Two Kings. Someone was asking for some more clarification on this theory regarding MLK, Death Faker, allegedly, and Don King. Now, this is one of the most, I would say, unbelievable ones at face value. But that's the way disguises work. You know, if it's a good disguise, clearly it's not going to be obvious. And so when people say, well, it's not obvious to me, so it's not true, that's what they want you to think. So I'm going to go and play a couple minutes of this, and I'll be right back. I'm going to be contacting our guest.
Possible. Whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Oh, very often. Very well then, it applies now.
All right, thank you for your patience. I had to contact the guest just to verify. So like I said, I started a little bit early today, and we have about an hour, I believe, here. So before we go any further, I just want to give everyone a heads up. Going through comments, someone says he loves crypto too. Oh, yes, Elon Musk, world savior. Yeah, I know that sounds unbelievable on itself, but he has been put in that position. He's also, I mean, I think he's one of the most obviously totally created world stagers, right out of a storybook. But this phenomenon of world stagers has been very interesting to me lately. And so we've been looking at various characters, worldview shaping characters, characters who are martyred for various causes, characters who play very significant roles. But then later we look into it to find that there's some things around their deaths or their exits that make it seem very suspect. In fact, here's something I came across just the other day, and it has to do with Kubrick along these same lines, because we're talking about people who enter, or rather exit, the world stage in dramatic ways. So MLK would be one, but there's a couple of others from around that time period that I want to get into. But let's fast forward. JFK Jr., what year was that? Okay, so JFK Jr. died in Was it 1999? Yeah, July 16th, 1999, supposedly. But here's where it gets kind of interesting. I've been finding many hints about the Stanley Kubrick's involvement in major league psyops, like 9/11, of course. Then he's also been connected with the Apollo 11 major psyop. But there are other indicators that he may have even played a role in the scripting and art direction of the JFK assassination. So we start with the JFK assassination, Apollo 11, 9/11. What else was Kubrick a part of? And it's been pointed out, and I still have to dig into this a bit, but that JFK Jr.'s death was faked, and that Kubrick may have been the director in this case as well. So JFK Jr.'s death and also Princess Diana. Now this is all interesting to me because both Princess Diana and John F. Kennedy Jr. are believed to be death fakers by the QAnoners. The QAnoners, in fact, believe that JFK Jr. and Princess Diana would be coming back in some dramatic revelation later. And as ridiculous as that sounds, there is something to this idea of these individuals not being dead. And the role of Kubrick, who has a major league role in major, big, huge psyops. I mean, these are the psyops that shaped your minds. The lunar thing, the space program in general, but also 9/11 and whatever's coming next. So this is all really interesting because it's like, well, look, if Vincent Fuchsia is JFK Jr., as Q says, then it shows that the QAnoners are all being led on by the same deceivers, that this is all part of a play. And if there are any celebrities who fake their deaths to fight the deep state and they do come back, it's clearly being directed. So there's nothing organic on the world stage. Anything that happens there was plotted decades in advance. I've looked into this theory of the JFK Jr. thing because, again, this is standard QAnon belief. The QAnoners think that JFK Jr. is in fact behind George Magazine, who has a strong, close connection with the Trumps. But again, I'm bringing this up because it's new to me that JFK Jr.'s plane crash might have been staged by Kubrick. And Stanley Kubrick, I'm not saying that he's the mastermind behind all this stuff at the top of the pyramid. I'm suggesting that there is a think tank and that the meta script, that the bigger story that takes place over decades. You know, like Sandy Hook was one event that took part in a 17-year meta script involving a storyline, a narrative connecting all these events. I mean, we often talk about the fake events here. And when we're looking at fake shootings, fake terror attacks, whatever it happens to be, one of the things we're noticing here is that if it happens on the world stage, it's treated as real by all subsequent events. So you might have debunked this or that school shooting or this or that mall shooting, but the next one that happens is going to treat all the other ones as part of the same narrative. In fact, they even call it they say that the shootings are spreading, that they're escalating. They're actually I think they say it's almost like it's contagious. They call it the contagion effect with shootings. They also try to say this was the case with terrorism. It says sociologists have engaged in the theoretical study proposing that the contagion aspect of the theory says that there is a probability of similar events happening after an event inspired subconsciously by other rampage shooters. Experts believe, I love this. Experts believe, so they don't know, they can't prove, but they believe. They believe that mass shootings can be contagious. Does the media inspire copycat mass shootings? Now that's an interesting one here too, where a shooter is inspired by Adam Lanza and Dylan Roof, and it's like, wait a minute, if this is a real thing, he got inspired by the fake stuff. I mean, that's that right there. Just too many layers to this onion. You know, we'll never get through to the bottom of it. Like I said, you can't debunk one event in isolation. They're all interconnected. So people think that the next one's going to be real. Maybe the next shooting's real. This is why auto-hoaxing as a methodology became so important. Because if you assume it to be real until it's proven fake, you've got a lot of homework ahead of you, and you can't possibly spend your time trying to punch holes in every story regarding extraordinary claims. You have to insist on the evidence up front, because if you're believing things to be real without getting the evidence first, then later you're going to be in a very weak position when you're saying, oh, this one's fake, but all these other ones are real. No, you have to really start at the bottom of this house of cards. And with the space program's house of cards, as with the fake shootings, the further back you go in time, the worse the productions were. And they can't rest on the foundations here. Like, you can't build a new space station on top of Apollo 11. Apollo 11 has been so thoroughly debunked that everything that comes out following that is pretty much pre-debunked. None of it can be real. This is how you know that there are government agents or simply naive people who are debunking the moon landing for a living. All of the big moon landing debunkers who didn't take another step and go after the space station, they're all part of the same program, if you ask me. It's gatekeeping, guard railing. So they don't know that space is fake because they were stopped at this level. But if you let the Apollo 11 go by as, oh, we had to fake it to trick the Russians, but everything else is real, well, how did suddenly space travel become real if the foundational experiments that proved it to be real have been removed? You know, we pulled the rug out from underneath this thing so long ago. Commenter says Challenger was real because people died. Right, the use of martyrs is usually good in stopping people from thinking, and that's another aspect to it. I remember when Ronald Reagan, you can watch the video after the Challenger explosion, he says, maybe this happened, paraphrasing, because we stopped being impressed by the astronauts. We stopped caring about their sacrifice. When you watched them all burn to death, you watched people you stopped caring about. So maybe we need to pay more attention. Like, basically, Reagan was chastising the youth of America for not being into outer space. It was a bizarre speech, and he made it clear that he knew that everybody had watched it, that we had all been traumatized together. Now, the fact is, the Challenger explosion was not witnessed live by that many people. Sort of like with 9/11. You know, people might think that they saw it, or you might have recollections that it all kind of happened at once, but actually, no, you didn't see it live. You saw the rebroadcast. So with the Challenger thing, this is what's fascinating to me is they didn't have to show it to you because it wasn't live in your classrooms. So if you saw the Challenger explosion, they brought the tape in there after the fact so you could watch 7 people burn to death. I wouldn't be surprised if Kubrick directed that one either. Now, one other thing too, Stanley Kubrick, of course, Eyes Wide Shut, he worked closely with Tom Cruise, who's going up to the space station very soon. And yeah, the Challenger explosion was an obvious psyop. Happened, 1 minute, 13 seconds, Challenger was exploded. I don't even think that there's anybody inside of that thing at any time. I mean, you have it's a magic show. You know, the one that you see go up is clearly a dummy. We're looking at blimps, we're looking at CGI, and their special effects have changed quite a bit, like I said. If you look at this like a house of cards, they've been building and building and building. Go back, you know, I found footage of, I believe it was Endeavour dropping off their tank, the big red tank off the shuttle. And they're watching the tank fall down to the ocean. But the way the handheld camera that they used at the time moved, it kind of revealed that no, they were on a stationary surface. In other words, they were in the space shuttle on the ground. They were filling up through the window at a blimp that looks exactly like this tank. And this blimp goes straight up into the clouds, but from their perspective, it looks like you're 100 miles above the clouds and you dropped your tank into the ocean. I mean, it's a very clever thing. Think back to all the UFO sightings decades back where people report seeing shiny metal objects in the sky, most of them shaped like cigars. I think I know why so many people have seen cigar-shaped UFOs over the years. I think they're seeing basically this. the footage that they're creating to fake space requires launching a bunch of these blimps. Just optical illusions. Granger Man says, I saw it live with all the students in my school in Florida. I still don't believe anyone was in it. So Granger Man saw the Challenger explosion live in 1986. Now, was it on TV or were you there in person? I'd be very interested to know, because a lot of people are quick to attach themselves to events, like, without naming names, but there are pretty well-known persons out there who claim that they saw 9/11 happen. And then later you look back and you're like, wait a minute. You said that you saw the first plane, but you're not on any of the reports and you didn't make any statements at the time. So people attach themselves to these things. So if you literally saw the Challenger explosion, I would be very interested in hearing from you. Number is 833-311-1984. Oh, outside of Fort Clark Middle School. So what you're seeing, though, going up and blowing up, is not this, or even if it doesn't blow up, what you see going up is not what we see in, quote, space. And it's such an easy trick, and they've done the same thing over and over and over again. And they don't change the formula, where you launch the blimp out of sight, out of mind, and then you cut to the CGI feed or the animation. Stop motion animation, rear screen projection, CGI, whatever they're using. They could use claymation, and most people would still believe it. Like right now, if I was to be a believer in outer space, just based on what's been presented, I would almost have to conclude that outer space is made out of pixels, that we live in a Minecraft universe. Because it seems like once they get up there, everything gets fake. You know, I found this article, and I have to dig into it because I'm not really a Minecrafter. But it was, someone had done this question about, or they'd asked some questions about the nature of Minecraft and how gravity could work on a universally flat, infinite plane. So if anyone here has any thoughts on Minecraft, I found some articles, but I've got to go through it because I'm not really at this point sure where they're going with it, but I have a couple of articles where they're taking some calculations and they're suggesting that it could be theoretically possible to have something akin to gravity, even if it's not central in one area on a ball, but that it could be equally distributed across a plane. So we might live in a Minecraft universe. Now, it's definitely a Disney universe. Walt Disney did, I think, construct much of our modern worldview. Anything that goes above 65 miles or whatever, anything above the Kármán line, it's just pure Disney. All cartoon. And I have a question. This is just one inconsistency. How come when NASA launches an object, whether it's just a probe or one of these asteroid targeting things like the OSIRIS-REx, when they launch an object millions of miles away, or they send a disposable camera out to Saturn to take a picture of Earth from Saturn and then beam pictures back to us. Okay, well, talk about accuracy. We're talking millions of miles. Like, for example, there was an event a few years ago where they landed a probe on a comet that's like 2 million miles away. So that's just accuracy. It's just amazing accuracy. They have amazing predictive capability. They can say, okay, from where we are and where this one is, in this amount of time, based on where we will be there, we can contact it here and then get our signal. So it's an incredible thing. Nothing but props for the people who can land probes on comets. I can't do it. August 6, 2014, the Rosetta spacecraft followed a 10-year mission to catch a comet and land a probe on it. I find all this stuff very impressive. So my question is, if they can consistently land objects on distant bodies, millions and billions of miles away, how come every time they predict an incoming asteroid, they are wrong? They have not been correct on one incoming asteroid. from the beginning. How many times, actually they even call each other out on this. I believe it was Futurism called out Scientific American on over-reporting asteroids for clickbait. This awful tabloid predicts a killer asteroid almost every day. 87 articles about killer asteroids. Is this the worst science journalism on the internet? The Daily Express was getting some flack for constantly reporting about incoming, but they're using the same science. It's the same organizations. So I'm just suggesting here, how are they able to be right 100% of the time with their outgoing projections, but wrong 100% on the ingoings? Finbar says they are amazing, unbelievably amazing. Well, you would think so, but okay. So the guy that landed the probe on the comet had this shirt, which was deemed to be sexist. His name was Dr. Matt Taylor. So Matt Taylor's the guy. Here's a picture of him. This is the guy that actually landed the probe on the comet, which is a remarkable achievement. So just a little background on the mission, and then I'll explain how that was ignored. Okay, so Taylor breaks down, and he actually apologized and he cried for this. He cried about it. He breaks down because he had to apologize despite his achievement, despite the fact that his mission took 4 billion miles, and they've equated it to landing a fly on a speeding bullet. So here you have this triumph for human ingenuity, where the scientist lands a module on a comet 300 million miles away. But instead of praising the guy, he gets attacked for the shirt that he's wearing. And the shirt has women in bikinis carrying machine guns in very provocative poses. So he had a sexist shirt. Here's the article on it. We landed on a comet, and feminists are angry about a shirt. So yeah, Matt Taylor had to apologize for it. In discussing the mission on camera after the landing, he wore a Hawaiian-style shirt depicting cartoonish, scantily clad women with firearms. And just like that, Taylor stood for the subjugation of women and their exclusion from the world of science. So this might seem just like a random story, but I would contend that this is part of a broader narrative like everything else that they give us. Because shortly after this story, it turns out that NASA was not able to do all-woman spacewalks because all of their suits were fitted for men. Why spacesuit design choices, not women's physiques, delayed the first all-female spacewalk? Men, quote, are definitely not inherently better. So here you have a couple astronauts who have been victimized by sexist NASA. And this isn't the first time. This is why they're making such a deal right now about putting the first man or woman on the moon next. It says on Friday, NASA celebrated its monumental first in its 61 years of history, a spacewalk performed by 2 women without any men alongside them. Now this, of course, assumes that all the men on the space station are men. There's a lot of assumption that goes into this stuff. It says, NASA officials said that women's physique make it difficult to perform spacewalks, and this is why men have done it more traditionally. Ken Bowersock said, there are some physical reasons that make it harder for women to do spacewalks. He's the acting associate administrator for human exploration at NASA and also a former astronaut. He said, quote, it's a little bit like playing in the NBA. I'm too short to play in the NBA, and sometimes physical characteristics make a difference in certain activities. And spacewalks are one of those areas where how your body is built makes a difference to how you can work in the suit. Okay, so this is, again, they were already putting it out there that NASA is basically a sexist club, and they've been excluding women. Now here's an image from, I believe this is the 70s. And as you'll see, if you look back, like I said, it's a house of cards. This is an old card here. This is from one of the early levels. This is before CGI. This is a rear screen projection. But this is back when they actually used physical models. So it's not all CGI here. Just a side note, we're looking at supposedly an astronaut in space, but no, you're actually looking at Star Wars level cinema. Like, this is basically special effects, and Star Wars perfected the use of models and, of course, zooming in to make it look big. This is not what outer space looks like today, and this is what I mean that there's a qualitative difference. Outer space changes all the time, and it's not just the cameras, it's their editing techniques. They no longer use physical models like this. They wouldn't. Too many times they've been caught where you see somebody in the background. I mean, regular movies, multi-million-dollar productions are unable to keep all of the continuity flaws out or the glitches out. Special effect. That's just the nature of film. And since we're looking at film, cinema, and not science, it shouldn't surprise us that we see a lot of glitches with NASA. Can any of you imagine what it would be like still thinking that NASA isn't just producing movies to create this mythos for the modern zeitgeist? Can any of you imagine what it would be like to still think that it's all like literally real? That they're actually going up there and this guy's floating and this is a craft. I mean, this is just so bad. But like I said, it's a myth. I don't take it all that seriously. I'm not trying to, quote, wake anybody up. I'm just pointing out that people are visually dumbed down, visually illiterate. Like I said, Metabunk.org, top conspiracy debunker on the internet, can't tell the difference between MS Paint and the real thing, as demonstrated on Twitter. Donnie the Dead said, isn't it officially comets on a predictable path and asteroids are rogue rocks flying around? That's kind of what I thought. Now, they said that Apophis was going to kill us. That's Apophis 42999. Going to kill us on April the 29th, 2029 or something. But now they said it's going to be another 100 years. But it's like, I don't trust your predictions, NASA. Unless it's landing an object on an object billions of miles away. I trust you there, you're perfect, but inbound, no. I mean, it makes very little sense. It'd be like if Robin Hood, he splits arrows, but then when he eats, he always misses his mouth. Like, no, it's not the same person. NASA can't be right. Here's the difference, though. They're right whenever we can't fact check them. Like, they can say, oh, we landed a camera on the ring of Saturn, and now you can live stream Earth from Saturn. We can't really go fact check them. But then when it comes to inbound, they can't just say, yeah, an asteroid hit. I mean, they can, and they do, but it's usually just a little light show. Donnie the Dead says, current outer space images of Earth seem more blurry and bright, no longer matte paintings. Oh yeah, now you can see cities. You can see highways from space. It used to be completely dark on the backside of the Earth, except for a brief period when Starman was orbiting the Earth. For a brief period of time, we had Elon Musk's Tesla Roadster, an electric sports car that went on the February 2018 Falcon Heavy test. Starman, which is also an anagram for Mr. Satan, he was orbiting the Earth live for some time. But while he was up there, the dark side of the Earth was dark. There were no lights on Earth. So I'm like, well, that's weird. Because if you look at the night side of Earth from the International Clown Car, it was a space station, but they got like 43 astronauts crammed into that thing. This is the view of Earth from space, according to NASA, according to the people who are on the space station right now. As you can see, it's lit. So what is it? Is it lit? Can we see the cities, the lights, the continents, the highways? Light pollution? Are we signaling to aliens that, hey, look, there's life here, you might want to come down? In fact, Stephen Hawking said that. He suggested that we might want to go dark before the aliens spot us because we might not want to actually meet them. But again, which is it? How come on the Starman footage you couldn't see any of the cities, any of the continents? And you could run this question by any of the true believers. and they'll have an answer for you. They'll say, oh, it's just exposure. It's a different camera. They'll come up with so many things. They'll say, oh, this is a time lapse. This isn't real time. And then you can show them real time, and they'll move the goalpost, as they always do. "11 people up there," says Michael Shiva. "All they need is 9 to make a scene." Yes, they reiterated the number 11 many times. That to me seems very intentional. So I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if the next 9/11 is a space 9/11, and if it happens very soon. You know, they just spent $23 million on a toilet. $23 million. Someone says NASA means to lie in Hebrew. That may or may not be true. It may or may not be true. I have a couple things to add to that. One, obviously it's a red herring. Anytime somebody brings up the Jews, you know you're dealing with a red herring argument that nobody takes seriously. However, I do think there might be something with this space travel, and the snake, the serpent symbolism, it seems to be built into NASA's logo. And so I look at that, I'm like, well, that does look like a snake tongue. It always has to me. It's kind of hard to deny. And that's the nature of symbolism. Symbolism replaces one thing with another. And your conscious mind will say, well, no, obviously that's not the case. But you might pick it up, and then you have to decide, well, I have to filter that out because that's a conspiracy theory. But I think it does make sense when we look at the Kabbalistic tree of life, and one of the images of this that you'll see has a snake climbing the tree. And the tree, I believe, and this is my take on it, see, the bottom is the earth, the material realm, and the top is the divine, the divinity, and the serpent is climbing these realms. But what you have is a light source, the source of all life, like the sun or something. But then you have these various spheres, and they're all associated with the planets as we know them. So, you know, if you ask me, what we're really looking at here with this tree of life is, again, and this is you'd consider this to be a map of the universe, a cosmographical map, a concept of the universe and our place in it. So you can see Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, etc. But I think that the modern concept of outer space is exactly just this, only it's the heliocentric system, the solar system, which I think is just more or less a diagram based on the tree of life. And I think it means the same exact thing. I think we're talking about allegorical travel through higher consciousness. It's not really going physically to space. I think they've repackaged everything. So when I see the snake on the logo of NASA, well, it makes perfect sense because it's the symbol of the navigator of the higher realms, the serpent. And you can even see here on one of the images, you can see the snake tongue. So again, I think that outer space, as it's been described to us by astrophysicists, is mysticism. It's the new concept of heaven. And this old image of the navigator of the higher realms being the serpent is still being used if you look at NASA's logo. So I do think that there is something to that serpent tongue. There's quite a lot about outer space I find to be fascinating. Like I do think too that there's been an intentional correlation between outer space and inner space, which is very much in line with this Kabbalistic concept, this as above, so below, hermetic magical paradigm where inner space might actually be outer space. I like to point to the Economist cover from last August, The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World. And on this cover, you can see very clearly that inner space and outer space do look the same. That's as they've been represented to us by the same scientists. So here you're looking at AIDS, looks like little lunar landers. There's your COVID looking like Sputnik. You know, this is all, again, inner space and outer space being correlated. So when they even titled this article, The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shape the World, well, the alien invasion in this case was inner space invasion. The aliens came, they did invade, but they arrived through inner space. And when they've arrived inside, well, now you're one of them. Now the world has to be adjusted to account for those of you who are carriers of this, those of you who are aliens. So this is another way of looking at the alien invasion. I like the movie Independence Day. I like to look at the cover of this one, just to compare it to the Empire State Building. After the pandemic was declared, they lit up the Empire State Building with red and white lights. And the Empire State Building was lit up in the movie Independence Day in much the same way when the aliens arrived. One other interesting correlation here is that after 9/11, many people compared it to the movie Independence Day, an alien invasion movie. Of course, that was an illegal alien invasion. Well, 19 years later, we have this invasion, and now it's the microscopic alien invasion. And note, too, how the Empire State Building lit up looks like a needle, which it looks like intentionally. The needle, of course, is a very powerful symbol here. And in this case, it's almost the Empire State Building, the needle. You could say this is the obelisk, this is the Earth God, and that's the mother ship. So Father Earth, and then the sky goddess, Osiris and Isis, their conjugal visit. It's in our faces all the times in these movies that you're actually looking at Mystery Babylon in a scientific context. Ready or Not says, the truth is always hidden in plain sight. Right, eyes wide open. Eyes wide shut. The whole idea is, of course, your eyes are open, but they're not seeing anything. They're not perceiving. Because your perceptions, if you're a well-adjusted model citizen, your perceptions are coming through the screens. And this is the thing that Stanley Kubrick in particular drew attention to, the monolith. The monolith being the screen. And you could not get everyone on the same sheet if you had to make everyone believe the same book, the same ideology, follow the same religion. But if everybody's on the same screen, yes, then you can achieve, I believe, a monolithic one world religious view, one world religion. And we already have it. Show me a major religion out there. Show me a theist that doesn't believe in viruses. Because the virus is a form of sin that trumps all the other ones. So you'll never get quarantines or mandatory lockdowns or social distancing or mandatory religious garbs to protect you from sin according to the Catholics or sin according to the Muslims. However, everybody in all the different religions and the atheists will obey the dictates of the same priesthood because of virus. It's the new universal sin, just like the new universal devil. Atheists don't believe in Satan. The other ones think he's a metaphor. Some take him literally, but they all literally believe in COVID and the virus. So there's a devil that the atheists have accepted. Clockwork Orange says, have you watched the Level documentary yet? I have, although I don't know if I would call it a documentary. It's a nice introductory video, I think. Most documentaries go into the background. I don't feel like I learned anything about any of the characters in it. But at least they stayed focused on the topic. I'll have to watch it. Maybe we'll do a review tonight. Who wants to do that? Should we go through a Level and do a review? I didn't see anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, I think they glossed over a lot of things. It wasn't a comprehensive documentary. Like, for example, Eddie Bravo wasn't interviewed. It looked like it was old footage from 4 or 5 years ago. So I'm like, okay, it's kind of cool nostalgia piece. And they did remove a lot of the people, because like Behind the Curve, the Behind the Curve one got too focused, I think, on the community, the flat earthers. Michael says Flat Earth is getting a Sci-Fi Channel deal soon. Well, Mad Mike had a Sci-Fi Channel show called Homemade Astronauts, but they didn't complete. I'm not sure if they're going to complete it, actually. They did complete season 1, and the last launch was going to be for the second season. So I'm not quite sure. But I was surprised to see some of these people working together. I remember Dubé on his website was one of the first ones to throw ODD under the bus, but it's good they're working together. Santos Bonacci was in the movie, and he had to, I think he was bringing up the Jesuits, the Jesuit order. Very interesting take on this. But again, we'll have to watch it later. You know, I did watch it. I kind of skimmed through it. I was looking for new stuff. That's why I didn't really get too deep into it. Did anybody find anything new, any new experiments? No, not really. Like, for example, one of the characters in there said, oh, you could just triangulate the sun and get its distance. Well, it's one thing to say that, but please do it. You can't tell somebody anybody can do it. That's the shifting of the burden of proof for extraordinary claims. And even if you don't think it's extraordinary to say that the sun is close and local, the status quo is that it's 93 million miles away. So logically speaking, you might be in the right, but we're not dealing with a logical world. And sometimes we have to make concessions. My third eye says, I'm up for a group watch. Okay, you know, after the guest, we have a guest coming on in about an hour. After that, we'll go through Level, unless you want to do so now. Yeah, let's do a review of Level, since I have some time. So I'll be right back. Let me go ahead and locate that. We'll be back in 5 minutes. This is Chief Crow. Space is fake, but you all know that.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon. It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies.
But got into it.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak. Debunk my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Okay, so we're going to be reviewing Level here. I'm sending out some notifications. I'm going to go ahead and put a timer on the screen. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or less, actually. Probably about 10 minutes, though. Keep it 10. And then here's the thing. It's an hour long on the documentary, so we should be able to get through most of it. I want to go through all of it, maybe 2 minutes at a time or whatever. And it's definitely better than the Logan Paul one. And we can say that. Okay, we'll be back in a few.
ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, Club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You tripping, times two. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, antichrist out there turn your eye. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yep, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
two little bitty O-rings. Space is fake AF. It's not what you think, homeboy. Space is fake AF. So just start doing this. Space is fake AF. Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Okay, so here we are. Let's see what's in the chat. We're about to go through a review of Level. And so let me go ahead and make sure everyone's on the same sheet here. Okay, so I'm going to hit record, and I'm not going to play it all the way through, so just a little bit of background first for those of you who haven't seen it yet. Level is a 2021 documentary directed by Sean Hibbler, starring Eric Dubay, ODD TV, Santos Bonacci. Also, you have Dave Murphy, Tanner Stewart, Johnny GM Papa, and Eddie Bravo. So I'm going to play through a few minutes at a time. This is fair use and allowed for the purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody that doesn't infringe upon the copyright under 17 USC 107. So let's go ahead and start.
So there it is. The Earth from outer space. Do you believe this is a real, live recording? Do you believe? How about now? Does this make it more believable? Ask yourself,
Is this real? Do you believe? Is this real?
let's try this another way.
Breaking news. NASA finally did it. They finally did it. They're finally live streaming the Earth spinning from outer space. The world is celebrating. This one will go down in history.
Convinced? Well, if you didn't fall for that, then why would you fall for this? Maybe you just never paid attention. When you do pay attention, you start to notice things. Are you paying attention?
I'm going to go ahead and skip past the intro music, and let's go right into part one. Again, a great introduction. I mean, honestly, we're just talking about the basic fundamental question, do you believe in cartoons or not? And it's really hard to get that one wrong. So let's go ahead and start here. I believe it starts with ODD.
And because I like to make my own music, I just decided, screw it. I'm going to make a YouTube channel and start talking in videos.
There has never been one experiment that proves that the Earth is in motion. When you try to find the curvature of the Earth, it's nowhere to be found. Unless you're looking at footage from GoPro cameras that have fisheye lenses, Hollywood movies, or NASA propaganda.
Started making the videos in 2014, early 2015. Started getting noticed. You're living in a world where there's fake people faking events on TV in order to move agendas forward with the Earth being flat. I couldn't just sit around and do nothing. There was videos everywhere. There was videos of people doing science, putting balloons up with a camera that doesn't have a fisheye lens on it, like a GoPro lens, a wide angle lens. And they were using these cameras that didn't have those. The horizon rose to eye level, which would be impossible on a ball that would be falling away from you as you rose up. There's people putting out top 10 NASA hoax videos, debunking the moon landing, picking apart NASA just left and right. It was awesome. Awesome time for YouTube between 2015 and 17.
Even Google mentioned it during their commercial. Do you remember this? Why would Google be promoting this?
As a joke?
As a joke? No. We know why. They were panicking. Panicking because the platform they purchased 10 years ago was collapsing with truth. The powers that be would not allow that.
As we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of...
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
So instead of deleting all of the millions of videos we have made, they simply decided to bring in their puppets to reiterate the agenda at stake.
We are already sufficiently motivated to invest the necessary resources and people in addressing this threat.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
The Earth being flat is getting out of control. Can you please help?
Okay, so here we are. We're watching the documentary Level. And yeah, we all know this is actually a documentary because it is covering Flat Earth's emergence into mainstream discourse and how the media overreacted against it. Here's the part where I think they rail against Neil deGrasse Tyson for a bit. Look, Neil deGrasse Tyson says a lot of things, and he's taken out of context a lot to make it seem like he's inadvertently giving away the truth. That's not really true, but he's the favorite punching bag, so here we go.
When you stand on the shoulders of those who came before, you might just see far enough to realize the Earth isn't flat.
1 + 1 is?
2.
What color is the sky?
Blue.
And the Earth is?
Round. Second is here.
This floats.
Okay, anyway, I'm going to skip forward a little bit. So we're about 7 minutes in, and I think they're still talking about the subject being somewhat suppressed. And then we get into Dave Murphy. So here's Dave Murphy.
All the light that arrives here would be parallel because it's so far away. And it has to be parallel because one of the most often cited supposed globe proofs is Eratosthenes' experiment between Alexandria and Syene, by which he calculated.
I think everybody here has noticed too that sphere is not in the MSM lexicon. They say round. They don't have the word sphere in their vernacular. Not sure why. Maybe it's because when you say round, you're not really lying, but there is a difference. But don't tell that to a sphere earther.
The size of the Earth. For that calculation to be accurate, the light must come down parallel. The only problem is that that's not what we see. If you go out on a sunny day with broken cloud, what you'll see is that light comes down at angles, diverging angles. And that means that we can follow those light rays back to the source and triangulate the sun's height above the Earth, proving that the sun isn't millions of miles away.
Now, has anybody done this triangulation I keep hearing about? One of the criticisms I've heard of this documentary by the other side is that making bold claims without substantiating them seems to be par for the course here, and there's no actual observational experiments to go along with this here. No one's actually going out and testing it, but it's only an hour long, so what can you expect in an hour? But let us continue.
But we can also perform physical experiments that prove that these crepuscular rays, as they're called, can only be recreated with a light source that is small and close.
It doesn't take a genius to understand that the further the light source goes up, the more the sun rays would spread out and become parallel. The reason you'd even think that the sun...
If the Earth was flat, wouldn't it be sunny all the time? I mean, have they ever even thought about it?
Well, if you'd let me finish, The reason you'd even think the sun would be visible from anywhere on Earth is because of the images they have shown you. No one promoting this stands for truth. You can keep believing in your fantasy gas ball 93 million miles away.
You can keep believing in your fantasy gas.
Okay, hate to cut it off here. But one thing, yes, about the sun. This is an interesting conversation in itself. Because if we're not talking 93 million miles away, which we're not, and for me, the starting point of this topic is there even an edge? Because if you're ruling out the possibility of outer space until you've seen evidence, then you shouldn't automatically start with there's some kind of an edge or a boundary or a barrier, or there's even a down. But if the sun is not what they say, why should we assume too that light extends an infinite distance? And so a local sun would also explain, also if it's close, why it wouldn't light the entire plane at once. But he does make the point here that you don't have any representations of a flat Earth except the ones that have it floating in space. But I don't understand why anybody has a problem with this, because how do you graphically describe something that you're saying may be endless? It's like draw the universe on a piece of paper. Good luck.
The reason you'd even think the sun would be visible from anywhere on Earth is because of the images they have shown you. No one promoting this stands for truth. You can keep believing in your fantasy gas.
Okay, I'm gonna skip forward a little bit there. Okay, we have more Dave Murphy. Good to hear from him. Always interesting. A lot of these characters are very interesting to me, but we're hearing a lot of Flat Earth 101, which is probably good, I guess. But what I want to get to is the part where, here we go, the tattoo artist speaks.
Because we didn't go there and
steal $58 million a day.
Okay, here we go. So here you have a tattoo artist who they brought on to explain why he thinks the Earth is not a ball.
Shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour and rocketing through the universe at 500,000 miles an hour is just the goofiest, silly thing that I've ever heard in my life. They want you to think you're a monkey man, a purposeless accident created by nothing, that exploded from a big bang that was created not by scientists, by a priest, mind you, while they steal $58 million a day in taxpayers' money to show you cartoons, CGI. They just have to show you enough of Hollywood and magic tricks and for you to believe the nonsense. It shocks me how many people actually believe they're floating above our heads. It's all filmed here on Earth. Outer space is a fantasy. Now, Earth is a stationary plane. Google bubbles in space. You can literally see bubbles coming up.
Okay, he said Google bubbles in space, and this is one of these things that I contend, and I've said from the beginning, is probably the strongest point, because if these bubbles in space don't have an explanation, then this brings down the whole house of cards. And the fact that they do train in swimming pools, it's just too easy to put this together. And I read a book by an astronaut, the guy who said that the Earth was round a minute ago, Mike Massimo. I read his book, and his descriptions of his spacewalk amounted to, it felt like I was underwater. It reminds me of the drills we did underwater. Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see how fake all this stuff is. It's that easy to see through. It's not hard to call out this stuff anymore, but it's just not, well, it's not PC because we're criticizing the state religion. I mean, they're paying $58 million a day for religious pageantry. They're selling the world on a new universal heaven. And they also bring along with it the new lifestyle. That's why NASA is huge by pushing the green agenda, which is basically a stalking horse for the communists. The seizure of property and moving you all into your communes. But they're going to be space communes. Anyway, let us continue. Bubbles in space.
From these astronauts' helmets, it's ridiculous. When I saw it, I was like, this This is a joke.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space?
Can you be more specific? Air bubbles?
So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, often on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of, it's a really harsh environment out there, and the outside of the space station gets beat up pretty good. And sometimes, you'll see just little flecks of paint or something that you might have disrupted floating away from the suit. And
so bits of paint that scrape off the space station floating off the suit. I'm sorry, but this thing's been up there for 20 years. And you're saying that the paint just flicks off of it? It doesn't happen. Nothing he says makes any sense with what they show us on the outside. We never see paint flicking off. The bubbles in space are bubbles, and he knows it. And they didn't prepare him with a lie. This is astronaut Scott Kelly. Not the only time he's been called out. Usually he runs. By the way, he has the overview effect. He's one of the select few. You can find this on Wikipedia. If you look up the overview effect, there are some astronauts, not all of them, who experience a cognitive shift in awareness in spaceflight where once they get so high, they no longer see national boundaries, political conflicts, and they feel the need to create a planetary society. And this has been experienced by Scott Kelly, Tom Jones, Edgar Mitchell, Sally Ride. They all got the upgrades. They all got their schematic upgrades. We didn't. But we're not elevated. We're not high priests. So he's one of the high priests, but you know who didn't get it? His twin brother, Mark Kelly. And I'm like, well, that explains why Mark Kelly went into politics. He's now a Democrat senator, because he didn't rise above partisanship and the divides of monkey level politics. He's elevated. He didn't get the elevation. He didn't get the upgrade that says, hey, there is no you, there is no me. We are all one. And that's the bullshit. I'm sorry, that's the whole scheme behind the religion here. It's the idea of one. We're all one. One vision, one religion, one concept of God, one concept of sin. Let's go ahead and hear out the rest of Scott Kelly trying to explain away the bubbles.
It's beat up pretty good. And sometimes, you'll see just little flecks of paint or something that you might have disrupted floating away from the suit. And, that's generally what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Could it be that you're filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there? All right, well, I just encourage everyone to look up Bubbles in Space, hashtag Bubbles in Space. Thank you very much.
How's Bubbles in Space doing? How's what? Bubbles in Space.
Bubbles in space?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
No? You Mr. Kelly?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? You don't remember the question from Tampa about the bubbles in space coming up from the helmets? Yeah, you guys are in an underwater pool, remember? We know. Just remember.
What's up, man? Can you sideline the hashtag Bubbles in Space?
Hashtag Bubbles in Space?
Bubbles in Space, brother. What's your word on that?
What is that?
Yeah, you were asked that 2 times in the past couple months, actually, about bubbles coming out in the spacewalks.
Oh, you're that guy.
I'm not that guy. I'm one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm not going to write that.
And then,
thank you so much.
There you go.
Astronauts on harnesses as well. Anything to say about that?
Do I have anything to say about it?
Yeah.
I have anything you want me to say about it. What do you want me to say?
Whatever your thoughts are. I just want your honest opinion.
About what?
There's video evidence of guys hanging from harnesses in the International Space Station.
Sir, we need to keep going. There's a very long line. Thank you so much. Can you please step forward? Thank you so much.
How about
please step forward,
selling a book of pictures with taxpayer money? How about that?
Thank you so much.
Now that was a good one here. That was a long confrontation. Harnesses, AVR, we've seen all this stuff, and they try to bury it. This is one of the reasons why this topic gets censored on YouTube. They can debate all day, these mindless debates that don't go anywhere, that are very off-putting, but there are objective facts. There are things that you can look at that you would consider evidence of fraud. Look, we're talking about major fraud. $58 million a day. We should expect them to be in space, but we got this clown show where, yeah, you can actually see harnesses being tugged around and more. We've looked at these things ad nauseum. Earlier today, I was showing you how they dropped the globe on Earth Day and it fell on the floor. Bubbles in space, great starting point, but as you heard, this guy, Scott Kelly, was just incapable of lying his way out of it. And let's go ahead and play through the rest of it.
Yeah. I have anything you want me to say about it. What do you want me to say?
Whatever your thoughts are. I just want your honest opinion.
About what?
There's video evidence of guys hanging from harnesses in the International Space Station.
Sir, we need to keep going. There's a very long line. Thank you so much. Can you please step forward? Thank you so much.
How about
please step forward,
selling a book of pictures with taxpayer money? How about that?
Thank you so much.
Taxpayer money?
These were all on taxpayer dime, wasn't it? Not this one, but the picture book.
Come back over here. You know what you can do? You can sell the same pictures yourself because they are public domain. Absolutely.
They should be free to the taxpayers.
They are free.
Why are you selling it for $40?
You can do whatever you want with them.
Well, you're doing it a disjustice by ripping off the taxpayers.
You know
what you're doing.
Hey, thanks for coming.
Once people start realizing that we've been lied to.
Okay, so that point about taxpayer funded, yeah, you absolutely can. There were some Mars posters that I was drawing attention to a little while ago. It was the NASA We Want You Mars posters. I was like, this looks like, it's the Mars Explorers Wanted posters. I'm like, this looks like old communist propaganda, glorifying the idea of becoming some type of a worker bee on a communist hive on one of the moons of Mars. Night owls welcome. Settlers below on Mars would love to see Phobos rise not once but twice in one day. Do you have a green thumb? You can grow tomatoes, lettuce, peas, and potatoes on Mars. So these posters are downloadable. You can put them up for sale on eBay if you wanted to. Surveyors wanted to explore Mars and its moons. Teach Mars and its moons. So here you can actually have a class where you can teach the youth about Mars and the lunar cycles. So when they go into the simulation, it matches what they were taught. The Mars Exploration Program. So anyway, yes, Scott Kelly sold a photo book, and his photos are all, as you would expect, to be fake. So for the next few minutes, it goes through green screen harnesses and glitches, which we're all very familiar with. Let's go on to the next section. Here's Eddie Bravo. Now, I don't think this is a new Eddie Bravo interview.
We will repay all taxpayers back the trillions of dollars we have stolen. This will be divided evenly between the citizens of America, as well as rebuilding poverty-stricken towns and cities all across America, as this department has finally come to an end.
Isn't it weird that every space documentary, all the series, I had them all, Joe had them all, we watch them all the time. I try to remember all the about a neutron star and a superhypernova. Me and Joe were deep into space.
Beyond Venus, 93 million miles from the sun, is Earth. Its great oceans forming the clouds and air currents which warm and irrigate the planet.
I thought I was better than people and because I knew so much about space. And every now and then I'd watch all that and wonder, what? This is all cartoons.
And every now and then I think to myself, it's weird that we're not watching any actual footage of space. It's all CGI.
All DVDs on space are all CGI. There's nothing real. And everyone watches that. They believe it. The narration is all programming. What's above us and what we're on, we're being lied to.
Do we have Hubble? Why don't you point it at the Earth and get some awesome shots of where we live? All the pictures and images from space are CGI. None of them are real.
We haven't gone past that. What are you telling me that that's okay? We could just gloss over that? And they admit that they're all CGI, except for one in 1972, which is fake. They have one picture. They say one is real, 1972. All the rest is CGI. Like, where are the pictures of Earth from space? I want to see a picture. I want to see tens of thousands of them. I want to see the sun over here and the moon over there. People should have posters and all over the world. People should have these epic pictures of the Earth from space with the moon over here and the sun over there and the planets. There's none.
Literally zero. They do sometimes exaggerate, like claiming they used a NASA camera 1.6 million miles away, to take this alleged video of the dark side of the moon. It doesn't take a genius to see how undeniably computer-generated this image is. And yet, you think we are the moronic ones?
I would rather be thought as a moron for not trusting criminals than a sellout and a traitor for defending them.
The reality is...
The things that come out of your mouth, are you saying something that a defense attorney would say?
Yeah, this is an interesting point here. So, like, if people talking about flat Earth had called themselves morons instead of flat earthers, would it still have been censored? Like, do you have the right to be morons? Do you have the right to be egregiously wrong about blatantly obvious things? Like, apparently not, unless it's a religion. Because you can claim that you have this universal benevolent being that gives you gifts and stuff, but you don't have to provide any evidence, and you get a total pass. But not when it comes to, I guess, conjecture about, and ultimately I think it's because it exposes this colossal fraud. I mean, this is beyond just a scam about lying. It's not based on lying about, oh, we have this hidden truth. They're actually taking your money and selling you what they say is the truth, which is a little bit different. A little bit different than what the other religions are doing. And that's because the space religion is the state-sanctioned religion globally. All right, let us continue.
Say, or are you saying something that a prosecuting attorney would say? When it comes to the government, that criminal, that's like John Gotti. I'm saying that a prosecuting attorney would say, not saying like, we'll prove it. It's a criminal. Without a doubt, whatever's coming from the government, I need the kind of evidence that would shut down a case. If I don't see the evidence, why would I believe it?
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
So you're telling...
All right, so that was some vintage Eddie Bravo. Last I heard, let's see, he talked about it with Alex Jones and Joe Rogan. I think Jones offered to send him to the edge. He declined. Okay, now we have Santos Bonacci. Now, I have to admit I skipped over this part last time. And then I watched the review by McTunes. McTunes is I think it's the father of Fight the Flat Earth. And he says he doesn't like Santos, so he didn't even play this part. So I didn't get to watch it. Because I watched a review of it. So let me go ahead and play this part.
You do not have control of your own mind. Your mind has been indoctrinated, it has been brainwashed, and you've been duped, and you still believe in Santa Claus and the upside down spinning Santa ball, which the Jesuits invented in 1542. Prior to 1542, every single culture, all our intelligent ancestors will be rolling in their graves knowing that their stupid progeny...
Yeah, let me bring this up really quick. The argument from ancient Greeks that some ancient Greeks saw a boat go over the hump, said the world's a ball, and everybody believed him everywhere. Not true. It wasn't a universally accepted belief. Look at the Flat Earth Wikipedia entry where they tell you the truth about this idea. But anyway, let us continue with Santos Bonacci.
Actually think they live on a spinning globe that people bow down to for their false ideology. Zoom up to Venus, zoom up to Mars, and you will see they are lights. They are stars. Hence all the intelligent pre-Copernican astrologers, Ptolemaic astrologers like myself, taught that all the planets are wandering stars. They are luminous bodies. Just as the Egyptians said, just as the Greeks and the Mayans and the Aztecs said, just as our intelligent ancestors said. If all the stars, as they say, in every constellation are all at different depths by millions of light years, how come for thousands and thousands and thousands of years of hurtling through the sky, there is no distortion, no difference in luminosity of stars? We're supposed to be flying at breakneck speeds through the galaxy.
Now, this is one argument I don't particularly care for. The idea that, Carl Sagan started this. Remember Carl Sagan would talk about millions and billions. We're 11 billion miles away from this star. and 6.6 billions of billions of gajillions. And at some point, I'm like, okay, you're hypnotizing us. You're using mumbo jumbo to lend credulity and substance to an argument. Well, you wouldn't feel 66,000 miles per hour given that you're the size of a human on the size of a ball this size. It's just not even a good argument. It's an argument from incredulity. What I do experience doesn't match what I think I should, so I'm incredulous. Well, just because you're incredulous doesn't mean it's the right explanation. So given their explanations, no, you wouldn't feel all of this. One of the reasons why they put their stars at a vast distance is to give them a tremendous margin of error so that no human in their own lifetime will see any stellar parallax. Because you won't see it. You'll have to rely on them. We're talking about vast gulfs of time. But anyway, let us continue. It sounds like a lot of the same beguiling language to sell a point that I hear from the other side.
And yet the same boring stars keep turning over our flat, stationary plane.
Now, here's a question that someone brought up, Ivar, and I've been asking this for a while. Where are the space clouds? Because when I look out my window, I can generally see a mountain 105 miles away and beyond. But when there's any wind, the dust blocks the horizon for me at like 8 miles away. And I'm like, well, the amount of dust between my eyeballs and that mountain has got to be less than between my eyes and the nearest planet. And you would think that in the vastness of space, at some point in recorded history, we would have passed by a patch of dust large enough to create clouds in space. We have clouds in our atmosphere. Why don't we have clouds in space? What would it look like? It would look like dark spots in the sky. It would be spots of stars that are completely occulted. But we don't have that. There are no clouds in space, which tells me that there isn't millions of miles of empty space. No way. And if there is millions of miles, in the aggregate, there ought to be enough dust on some level to block out something at some point, but it's never happened.
Forever and ever and ever and ever. So we...
Okay, one more good point here. Commenter Linda Carter says space junk should block the stars. Okay, so one, you shouldn't see space junk and you shouldn't see Starlink satellites after they pass the terminator. So you shouldn't see these things at night anyway, because they would be in the shadow of the Earth. But they would block the stars. They would block the stars. For example, if you fly a kite at night, you may not see it, but you'll detect it by the areas where you're not seeing the night sky. Okay, my guest is on hold here. We have about 11 minutes. Excellent. So let me go ahead and gloss through the rest of this. I don't know if we have enough time. Earth never moves. Bonacci. ODD talks about it. Then pilots talk about it. Now, I've been told that pilots routinely, just to get people out of the plane, agree to stuff that they don't agree to, that they don't really believe in. Like, here's a part where they're asking pilots, is the Earth flat? And apparently all the pilots say, oh yeah, it's flat. Well, I think that they're just playing around.
No. No? What'd you see while we were up there?
Just the blue sky, white clouds.
Yeah, is it flat or?
Pretty flat.
Pretty flat?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. True.
It's true?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
All right.
God bless, brother.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
Curvature? No.
No? There's no curvature?
It's just all flat.
Casey, how are you, mate? Pleased to meet you guys. There's no way there's curvature. We're round and flat, aren't we?
Definitely.
We are, aren't we? Thank you.
Most pilots know their plane is flying over a plane. A stationary plane. Always a smooth and level flight. We never feel the plane dipping its nose down. We only feel the landing. Which flight route matches reality in your mind? If you chose the left, you may need medical attention. Everything beneath you while flying is...
Hey, really quick here. Pilots don't secretly tilt their noses down, nor would they have to. That's not how planes work. It's a funny meme. It is an interesting thought experiment, I guess. But that's just not the physics of it. Planes wouldn't have to tip their noses down. That's not part of the process of traversing across the skies. But it's funny. I'm glad they put it in here. because it totally triggered McToon and company. They hate hearing about planes not dipping their noses down.
The landing. Which flight route matches reality in your mind? If you chose the left, you may need medical attention. Everything beneath you while flying is level and motionless, just as expected, flying over a stationary plane. Sometimes it's hard to see far ahead of you, but other times...
You could probably see the Rockies from Kansas.
Wow.
But here it's a clear day, but if it's smoky or hazy, obviously we can't see much.
The world is so generous in its beauty, and you do your best to take pictures of it. It's just flat and gorgeous.
Silly actor-not, you took the words right out of my mouth. Earth is flat and gorgeous, but they trick you to believe something else. Not every pilot instantly connects the dots and keeps quiet. Sometimes it can hit them 25 years later.
So I do have a question related to this. So the ISS has its belly to the Earth, and it's orbiting every 93 minutes, 17K, and it's, say, 200, 250 miles above the surface. So if it's orbiting that fast and it's going around the Earth, I wonder, how does the ISS always remain perfectly parallel to the ground? Flush. In other words, the ISS is acting like it's tidally locked somehow. And its orbit is somewhat elliptical, so I find it very unlikely. Okay, let's continue.
Want dit ding behoudt zijn stand, dus dit blijft blauw, dit blijft vrij. Het is niet zo dat we opeens...
I'm going to the part where I think the name is... They go into the explanation for satellites being balloons, satelloons. We all know that. Satellites are fake. Satellites are real, but they don't really orbit. That's dumb. There's a part here with Admiral Byrd, Freemason, so you can trust him. He opened up Lodge 777 in Antarctica. And then you have T. Stu. This is the flat earth millionaire, so-called. And he's at a lake. I'll let him speak for himself. He's describing the concept of lands beyond the so-called ice wall.
Fall off. Why don't you make up an expedition and gather people and go find the edge and take a picture of the edge? Well, my response is, can you fall off the edge of a lake, a pond, an ocean? Let's see if you have any imagination left in that brain of yours. And pretend this is all the water in the world. This is the 71% covered earth-filled pond. All the water of the world. So let's just say this is trillions upon trillions upon trillions of gallons. You've got the continents, the islands in the middle. In the center where all compasses point, you can circumnavigate, circle the lake or the pond left or right. But as you venture outwards towards the banks, towards outer space, what happens? Once you pass that 60th degree parallel and you hit the ice wall, the ice cliff of Antarctica, what happens? Do you fall off the edge? Is there an edge here?
Is there an edge here?
Because we know the physics of water is to find and maintain level if you've been paying attention. And also water must be contained. It is contained. We climb up the banks and we keep going outward, southward. What happens to their control when millions of people travel
beyond the 60th parallel?
They knew this was going to get out. They knew people were going to wake up. What if Star Wars is true? What if this extraterrestrial, these extra terrains, they're telling us the truth, minus the vacuum of space, because they got to put a Hollywood spin on it, don't they? Star Wars, Star Trek. What if you Globers can have your Star Wars and your Star Trek at the same time? Isn't that awesome? How does that make you feel?
The timeline goes as follows. So in 1955, Operation Deep Freeze starts. And when Admiral Richard Byrd gets back, he comes on live television and tells us he found more land, the size of North America. They quickly start NASA. And President Eisenhower calls over the Nazi traitors in Operation Paperclip to start the upper space mind control program. Don't look out there, look up here. Look, everybody, we're going to the moon. Then, in 1959, 12 nations started the Antarctic Treaty, followed by 42 more nations where they have decided You or I cannot travel or explore any part of Antarctica south or past the 60th parallel without military clearance, without the aid of a guided tour. Do you really think that this is just a coincidence?
More. Imagine they find more land. Imagine there is more land out there, more to explore, more to reside, more resources. You think they tell you and I about it?
I'm sure a lot of you have heard about my $200,000 Globe Challenge. And up to this point, no one has been successful at completing the challenge. We've had a few clowns here and there that have stepped up to the plate. Here we go. And claimed victory. But at the end of the day, you can't make water stick to the bottom of a ball, much less spinning. Okay? You can't show where sea level turns to sea curve. There's no curvature on the x-axis or y-axis.
That stuff is flat.
Here's a fair challenge here for Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why don't you get off your fat, lazy butt and out from behind your...
Okay, so I think we can stop it here. It ends with this challenge, but it's... Tanner is challenging Neil deGrasse Tyson to debate Eric Dubay. So he's not up for debate. Dubay is, and he's trying to get Neil deGrasse Tyson. Not sure why. I don't know what kind of authority Tyson is considered to be these days. But we'll see if any of that actually happens. My position on debates is that if you're debating shape versus shape, you've already ceded. You've already lost. That debate itself is premature. Okay, so I think that's about it. It has an outro and everything else. Miss Ali says the music's overpowering. Well, it's a documentary. Very good production, and this is probably what you need. I mean, it's got like 100-some thousand hits. Not sure how much of it is preaching to the choir. I mean, what do people really want? To me, it's not even about using a dozen different observations to make the case as much as asking basic questions like, why are they giving us ridiculous animations and cartoons? If you've ever done stop motion animation and you look at some of the older NASA stuff, you see what I mean. Like, you know what you're looking at. But that's the nature of the reality today. Everyone's been filtered through the screen. Quite literally, their reality has been, their perceptions have been handed over, delegated to a higher authority, and we see what we get. And I think it all makes sense. The idea that the globe would be a construct agreed upon by all the different nations in order to it's almost like world domination, the New World Order, whatever you want to call it. It's almost like it's already here, and that it's already been here. My third eye says the Gemini spacewalk is hilarious with modern eyes. That's what I mean. I've been alluding to Mystery Science Theater 3000 recently to describe what we're doing. And the premise of that show is the characters are forced, and it sounds like us, forced by evil scientists to watch bad B movies until we break. The host and a bunch of captive robots comment on the films to keep sane. Now that would be us. During each movie, the host and the robots perform skits or songs that are usually related to the episode's film. So a lot of our criticism, our memes, etc., I think all of that is our way of dealing with the situation in which we are but captive as an audience. We're a captive audience to hostile, evil scientists. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and invite the guest on here in just a moment. I'll be back in about 30 seconds here. And this is a pre-recorded interview, but it'll be live on Wednesday. When I broadcast, I'll let you all know. So I'm going to be recording it here. And also, I think we'll have open phones. So give me just a moment to reach out to him. Yeah, I have a question here in the chat. Someone's asking if he said, what? A pre-recorded broadcast? I'll explain what we mean by that. Basically, the guest is on Brisbane time and isn't available anytime sooner. So I said, well, why don't we just record it live on Sunday, since I have nothing else going on, and we'll broadcast it Wednesday. If you have an issue with that, or if it's too much of a spoiler, tune out and tune in then. It's funny, the things that trigger people. This guy's, he's all aghast, clutching his pearls. He fell on his fainting couch, can barely breathe. And he says, what? A pre-recorded broadcast going out live on Wednesday? Give me a break. Is anybody else having a huge problem with this concept of pre-recording something? Or rather, recording something and then playing it live later? Or streaming it live later? Has anybody ever encountered someone triggered by something so trivial? It's like, go get your vax. Go get your second vax or your third. And make sure you're triple masked because, wouldn't want you to die. Yeah, Brisbane, whatever. Anyway, he's 14 hours ahead of us. So let me see. I'm going to go ahead and dial out again. And we will go from there. I'm looking at the comments. Look, to be quite honest, I give trolls a pass these days because I don't really care. I'm amused by most of them. I would like more creative prank callers. The ones we get are usually just kind of lewd and crude. But, I respect the trolls, and I always listen to what people have to say. One of the worst things you can do is ignore your critics, because that's where you can get a lot of the most useful criticisms here. My Third Eye says, late night TV is traditionally recorded live and broadcast later. Oh, don't tell our resident church lady here, he might faint again. Really, seriously, I'm sorry. I'm actually triggered and about to faint because this guy got so triggered by me saying I was going to rebroadcast this later. It's like, should I not record it? Like, I'm still trying to figure out where the outrage is coming from. Okay, thanks for joining, all of you here. This is April the 25th, 2021, and we're going to be joined here by Max Egan from the Crow House. I had to chase him onto BitChute. He was chased off of YouTube. Probably happened because of Christchurch. I'll have to ask him why. That was the last time I spoke with him. I went over to his BitChute, and he has a quote from Frank Zappa. Quote, "The illusion of freedom will continue for as long as it's profitable to continue the illusion. At the point where the illusion becomes too expensive to maintain, they will take down the scenery, move the tables and chairs out of the way. Then they will pull back the curtains, and you will see the brick wall at the back of the theater." And that's from Turn Off Your Television. So that's on his BitChute channel. So he's a pioneer in the truth movement. I have a couple of his books, but I messaged him about this and I said, hey, let's go ahead and talk and let's put this interview up on Midnight in the Desert on 4/28. And so he agreed to do this. So I'm going to call him up now and I'm going to try to catch up on where he is mostly post-COVID, post-2020, because I think that 2020 was such an eye-opener that we have to reassess everything. And also, we are on Skype, so go ahead and forgive the ringer. I moved over to a couple of different systems. I have a couple of different systems. I use Skype for a lot of stuff. And if I could just get rid of their ringer, but they won't let you. And I think that's just because it's part of their branding. Okay, so he's going to be calling in here in just a moment. HLG says, Max revisited Christchurch. Well, if you have any questions for him, bring it up. The Christchurch shooting thing was a pivotal psyop, and he had a lot to say on it. I had a lot to say on it. And during that psyop, they had actually, I think, introduced a lot of things that weren't being used before, or maybe I hadn't noticed them before, but like, were they using augmented virtual reality rounds? on one of the scenes, the first mosque, for example, and he and some others got into a somewhat heated conversation over the reality of this or that aspect of that event. My take on it, of course, is that at this point, look, it was hard, like many of these events are. It was hard to automatically debunk it. But now, looking back at it, knowing now about squibs and other such things, now I can understand. Same thing, you know, some more recent event, Kenosha. I was like, well, how? Hey, Max. Thank you for joining us here.
My pleasure, brother.
Okay, so I was just catching people up a little bit on you and how I had to follow you over to BitChute because you're not on YouTube. And the very first thing I saw on your About page is the quote by Frank Zappa about turning off your television and about the illusion of freedom. So, first of all, are you still on YouTube or did you get totally purged?
No, I got completely pulled from YouTube, pulled from Facebook, iTunes, Spotify, Twitter, SoundCloud, just about everywhere. So, yeah.
Okay, so you've been scrubbed, and I understand why. I think it's because, you know, you're over the target. You're catching a lot of flack, clearly. And so I wanted to kind of pick up on where you are now post-2020. The last time I was listening to your channel closely was about the time of the Christchurch shooting. So I kind of wanted to also bring that event up. But now here we are, 2020. It seems like a lot of the truthers out there, and conspiracy theorists so-called, have been vindicated. Do you feel that 2020 was vindication for everything you've been talking about?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's what we expected for so long. I told people there's a train coming, and when it hits, it's going to be sudden. You'll have no warning. And yeah, I mean, when Christchurch happened, I mentioned to people that, I mean, the Christchurch video is a gift to us in many ways. It exposed the shooting as being completely fake, you know, like it showed that the government had a hand in it. It wasn't what they told us. It was a false flag. And I said, if we don't use that as the gift that it is and expose this shooting, we'll probably all be in lockdown within 12 to 18 months. I said, it's going to bring in massive censorship, and it's led to exactly where we are. The Christchurch shooting was the beginning of the final move of the end game that was used to bring in blanket censorship and basically purge the internet of the truth and put us all over into echo chambers like BitChute, which is what they've done. So, yeah, I mean, it was a very, very significant event. And where we are now in 2020, everything that's happened in 2020, I mean, they virtually red-pilled the whole world, I think. Anybody who thought we were just conspiracy theorists can now kind of see it right there in their face, as we knew it would happen one day. And yeah, it has. So it's very much vindicated everything. Not that that's a pleasure. I'd much prefer to be wrong about it all. But no, we were right. So yeah, here we are.
And I like the way you frame that. It's a gift. Christchurch really was a gift. And events like that, major events that exposed the fallacious nature of media, and it showed how eager they were to contain any kind of non-mainstream ideas. They went after BitChute. They went after 8chan, 4chan. And I think the most damage they did as a result of Christchurch was they made it impossible to stream live from your mobile device unless you have 1,000 subs. And how difficult is it to get 1,000 subs when you have to toe the line? So you're right. They turned YouTube into an echo chamber because of Christchurch.
Yeah, well, we knew they were. I mean, when YouTube got monetized, I told people this is going to lead to blanket censorship. You know, everything that we've been speaking out against on YouTube, like the banking system and this whole horrible commercial monstrosity that we're subject to, this corporate system. I said to people, you know, when they've monetized your account, now you're not going for the truth anymore. Now you're sensationalizing your headlines. Now you're getting stories and you're getting clicks because it's about clicks, because now you've got an income from your channel. And this is everything we've been working against. And that's why I never, ever monetized my account. I said, you know, you people are now being influenced by the financial gain you can get from your account. So you're all about having big, you know, impactful videos and, you know, flashy stuff and everything. Like, just it's turning into the mainstream. And so I said, I'm never going to monetize my account. And all the people who have monetized their accounts, I said, what you're going to do is you're going to sever your ties with the real world. You're going to become dependent upon YouTube for your income. And then once you've severed all those ties in the real world and you feel like you're this little self-made entrepreneur, they're going to cut you out. They're going to claim censorship. They're going to claim that you're spreading misinformation, and they're going to cut you out of your YouTube and cut you out of your income, which is exactly what they did to people. And so many people had given up their ties in the real world. And I said, no, well, this is, and it's also harder to censor if you don't monetize. I mean, they couldn't have as many reasons to censor me, because most of the censorship comes from advertisers not liking your content, so they won't advertise on your videos, and so your videos get censored. That's the way YouTube did it. But with Christchurch, they were able to get past all that and bring in this whole concept of misinformation and all the news. I mean, the laws that they brought in from Christchurch were the very laws that enabled them to censor Donald Trump on Twitter. That's how brutal it was, and that all came off the back of Christchurch. And you didn't get that before. They had to sort of go by advertising guidelines. So I knew they were going to do it. I knew they were going to start censoring people from YouTube. That's exactly why they brought the monetization in. And people are thinking they're making lots of money from it. Well, no, you're not. You're making crumbs. I mean, Jeff Bezos is making lots of money. You're making crumbs, and they're giving you enough crumbs to make it seem like it's worthwhile for you. But they're going to snatch those away from you at the first opportunity they get to do so, which is exactly what they've done with YouTube.
Exactly.
They're deplatforming people from Patreon and, all sorts of things from spreading misinformation, because, of course, anything that you say which is not the government narrative must be misinformation, and there's no journalism anymore. So that's kind of how they've gone with it, yeah.
And yeah, they go after your ability to monetize. They go after Patreon. They take out PayPal, even MailChimp. You're trying to send out mass emails, newsletters. Well, you got to censor yourself because they will go over that. And one of the things that happened after Christchurch, I noticed, was they started, the media in general, started talking about memes and theories and information as though it were some type of a contagion. Like, oh, that's dangerous, toxic misinformation. It has bad virality. So they were already using the lexicon of a pandemic for an infodemic before COVID. They already kind of set the precedent there.
Oh, they like to do that. They like to use the NLP and get the programming out into people's minds. Very clever the way they do it, Even with what they're doing here with the vaccine rollout, because no one wants the vaccine. And they're saying, well, there's a certain amount of vaccine hesitancy. No, we're not hesitant, we're not taking your vaccine. But they do it with their NLP, So, yeah, they prepare us for all this. If you really look at Hollywood, they've prepared us for this. Through Hollywood for the last 20 years, they prepared us for all these pandemics and this dystopian future and a total police state and everything. Terminator, they've prepared us for the whole lot. So pretty interesting future, brother. We're right on the precipice right now. We could go either direction.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what science fiction dystopian movie from the 80s are we not living through right now? And I do feel like we're on a precipice or possibly a crossroads. So if you had to guess, which way are we headed? Great Reset or Great Awakening?
Well, I think Great Awakening, personally. They're going to try for their Great Reset, but I don't think they're going to manage it. I don't think they're going to get away with it. Too many people are pushing back. Too many people don't want the vaccine. Too many people, they've red-pilled the whole world, like I said before. There was a march in England the other day on the 25th. They had a protest in England. They've been getting like 10 to 20,000 people to these protests. Apparently they had 1.3 million at the protest the other day. The police were on the back foot. They basically pushed the police out of the crowd. The police had to leave. It was getting dangerous for them. And this is great to see, 1.3 million people marching in Washington. We're seeing it all around the world. What the people have got to do, though, is get together in unity rather than marching in the street. I mean, it's good to see the solidarity, but rather than getting out there and marching, you've got to just open your businesses and get back to the way things were. And not that we want the control system the way it was, but we need to have this income. We need to have the world still turning, sort of thing,
Yes.
So what they're doing in the United States is they're basically deconstructing the United States and turning it into a third world country. And through all these protests and riots and looting and burning and Antifa and Black Lives Matter, I mean, Antifa goes out there and burns down supermarkets. What for? This is the infrastructure in your town. You need that to survive. So, they're just creating as much chaos and violence as they can, flooding the U.S. economy with money. See, the fall of the U.S. is going to reverberate around the world, even with what we do here, with whatever things they do in the UK or protests they have in London or protests they have in Europe, if the United States falls into disrepair, like falls into a third world country and the economy crashes in the US, then it's going to bring down the whole world. It's going to change everything. And that's how they'll get their great reset. So, but it could go either way. I mean, it still could go either way.
It makes sense to me. And you brought up the activism here with Antifa. And one of the things that stands out here 2020, even to now, is that you have these mass protests, like you say, 1.3 million. I mean, the news will say 10,000, but you got 1 million people on the streets against the lockdowns, against the masks. But then here in America, you don't have that level of solidarity against the masks or against lockdowns because they're too busy with their Democrat-Republican faction fighting that there's no unity here in America.
No, there's unity in as much as I'm an American and I'm proud to be that way, but that's about the only unity you get in the United States. That's something that I noticed when I was over there. There's a lot of different factions, a lot of competing groups, even in the pop culture and the subculture, all the competing groups with each other, which is why they create all these competing groups. You know, you got your hippies and your goths and your this and your that, and the twain shall never meet. So that's what they've done. And America's a very adolescent culture. Looked at it from the outside, it looks like a big frat party, the whole place. I mean, coming to the United States, and I love the American people. They're beautiful people. They're kind. They're generous. They're courteous. I found all Americans that I've been around to be really nice people. But looking at the culture collectively, it's kind of like a big frat party. It's like nobody ever really grows up. They grow into teenagehood, and then they kind of stay there no matter how old they get. They're kind of like teenagers generally, most of the population. So this is a very incoherent and very hard to unite culture with that type of a mentality because everyone's out for their own thing. Everyone wants their own front door to be bigger than the guys next door, and it's all about, one-upmanship and having, more than the Joneses next door sort of thing. So that type of a culture, you don't get any unity. I mean, everyone will sit there and say, "Oh, we got our guns. If the government ever comes, we'll repel them. We've got the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, and all these things." But they've never used it. And if you're going to sit there with your guns and wait for the government to come and get you, well, you've already lost. I mean, you got the guns in case the enemy ever got in the gate. And the enemy got in the gate many, many years ago, and nothing's ever been done about it. So it's an interesting culture, but they've set it up that way so it can be toppled quite easily. That's the danger. With all of the action that we're taking all around the world, the danger is that America will fall because there is so much connected to America, which is, of course, why they've set it up as such a central hub with everything connected to it, all the world economy, everything connected to it. So all they've got to do to change the world economy and bring in their great reset and their new financial system is to collapse the United States economy, which is why they're flooding it with trillions of dollars through this lockdown and all this COVID rubbish,
Absolutely. And I agree with you about America's culture being this form of extended adolescence. And you can see it very clearly when you look at late night talk shows or even the comedians, in particular Saturday Night Live, where they have the popular people telling everyone else, this is what you're supposed to hate and condemn. This is what we support. And it's very much extended adolescence. It's almost like they use logical fallacies to keep people emotional rather than critical. And it works. And I noticed that I think Elon Musk is going to be hosting Saturday Night Live on May 8th. And it just seems like that particular stage is used to really just convince the world that it gives this person a blanket credulity. And now everybody's going to accept whatever comes next from Elon Musk.
How would Elon Musk host Saturday Night Live? I mean, I've seen interviews with the guy. He's so wooden. He doesn't really say more than 3 words in a sentence. He would be the strangest host for Saturday Night Live. Be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I hadn't thought about that, but you're right. He does.
He's like a non-character when he talks. He's like a robot or something. He's got no facial expression. He's got no nuance to any of his vocal characteristics. He's got no. He's strange man. I've never heard a conversation of him that I could actually get interested in because I've never heard him really say anything. He's just the vaguest, strangest individual. I mean, maybe he's going to be animated and working from a teleprompter or something, but I can't see him ad-libbing a show like that.
Well, what fascinates me about this is if you go to any video where Elon Musk is speaking, I find myself asking the same thing. I'm like, well, it's not that coherent. But the comment section is like the emperor's new clothes. They say he's so smart, he's got to dumb it down so the regular people can understand. That's the kind of excuses they make for him. So I just think that they'll have a lot of laugh tracks and they'll kind of fill it in.
I think he's a front man. You know, he's a front man, like Bill Gates. He's a front man for the cabal that works behind him, like Stephen Hawking was a front man. Stephen Hawking, does people really think Stephen Hawking was as smart as what he was? So he was so smart that he invented that voice thing, that voice to skull thing, so he could talk to us. Well, if he invented that, how did he write it down and get anyone to build it for him or tell them about it, his invention, for them to build it in the first place, if he was the one who designed it? Because he was just sitting in the wheelchair, he couldn't speak or read or write. So how did he convey the information to anyone to actually get it built?
Right.
This guy that sat there with a recording there, and someone else answered by remote whatever they wanted him to say. You know, I don't think, and I think there's actually 2 or 3 of them. They've got a few guys who look similar, and they wheel him out in the chair, and they tell us this is this incredibly smart guy, and he's just this drooling, mewling idiot in a chair who can't do anything, and he could never have invented all of that stuff. So, yeah, I think all of these people are just front men to push the agenda. I mean, even with the technology and all the stuff we're doing now, I don't even think any of it's new. I think they've done this before. I've said to people, if you go back in technology and look at the invention of the television, 70 years ago or something, have a look at the exponential curve of technology since the invention of the television. I mean, look what we've got now. It's insane, these incredible compact circuit boards and all this stuff. AI is already in control, and AI has always been in control, and they've done this before. These resets, they've done them before, and I don't think any of the technology is new. So I think they just use people like Elon as a front man to show us the invention of all these things that they're rolling out. And we think, wow, it's just this incredible smart dude that's doing all this stuff. How amazing that we've got this incredibly one individual who's so smart. I think it's all a front, brother. I really do. I think what Gates is doing and all these people, they're just front men for the company behind them.
That's the take of a lot of people here. I think it's very curious that Hawkins died on Pi Day. And, you know, there's just so many things about these characters on the world stage that they're basically propaganda spewing avatars for the technocrats at the top. And this thing, AI. Now, AI is being talked about by the World Economic Foundation right now. And you said AI is already in control. This is something I find to be really fascinating because even Elon Musk has been talking about the emergence of AI. So what do you think this is? Is this going to be like a replacement for government? What do you see the role of AI being in the future?
Well, it will be a replacement for government. You'll only need figureheads. There'll only be figureheads there. AI will be making all the decisions. I think AI is making all the decisions now. Eventually, I mean, they're rolling out robots and robot dogs and all of this stuff as well, so that will replace the police. All the police who are oppressing the people now will end up in the same boat as all the people. They'll all lose their jobs because they'll become redundant as the robots come online. The whole AI thing, I think what they want to do is move us into a mainframe, move us into a virtual reality. They want to remove genderism. They want to have an androgynous race, basically operating avatars to operate within the real world. It's a basically soul collection is what they're doing here. They want our souls. They want us to give up everything it means to be human and to move into this virtual world. And most people are very comfortable in the virtual world now. They're always clicking on their iPhones and they're living in that virtual reality. They're bringing in Microsoft Mesh now so that you can actually have a holographic connection in your house here. You just put on these glasses and I can come and talk to you in your house. We can be sitting at the same table together talking. Only one of us is a hologram. So this is the sort of stuff they're bringing on. They're bringing in implants where you can have your phone actually implanted into your fingers. So your hand becomes the phone, you become the phone, you've got a speaker in your arm and you've got your phone in your fingers, and Mesh and Microsoft Mesh, they're developing avatars for us to be able to walk around in. And so it's a soul collection. That's what they want to do. And I think they've done it every time. I think This is why you can't wake 90% of the people out there. You'll never wake them up because they're already in the mainframe. They're driving around in biological avatars and they think they're human, but they're not. And their souls are already in that mainframe. It's why you can show people information and they can't see it. No matter how much you point out the facts to them, they still can't see it. Because it's like Westworld. When you ever watch Westworld and they show them a diagram of their particular model of robot, and they can't see it, they just look at it and go, "I don't see anything wrong here," because they can't let their minds see anything which would cause that paradigm to shift. That would cause them to short circuit. And it's kind of like that with a lot of people. They simply cannot see the truth, and they never will see the truth. But it isn't about them. It's about finding your soul and collecting your soul and getting that into the mainframe. You've got to willingly want to do it by giving up everything it means to be human, which is what we're doing through this virtual world. And they make it attractive. They get you in there with dopamine addiction, which is why everyone's clicking on their phones all the time, because they're addicted to dopamine.
Wow.
So we get them to measure their every moment of every life. They measure their life by the amount of pleasure they receive moment to moment, and you get a little dopamine release every time you click an icon, every time you do something on a computer screen. So it becomes like a drug addiction, and it's a pleasure addiction, and we become addicted to that pleasure, and then we want it constantly and constantly and constantly. And they've reduced our intelligence, our attention span down to the less than a goldfish now, which is why all the ads move so quickly and all the video clips move so quickly. Everything's quick to reduce our attention span. We used to have an attention span of like 30, 40 minutes. Now it's down to about 4. So they've managed to do that, and it's all about leading us into this mainframe and harvesting our souls. That's what it's all about. And I think they've done it before. I really think they've done it before. I think if you look at the legends of the scrying mirrors and the sigils for summoning demons, even the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, how the children were stolen and taken underground, which is based on a true story. If you look at the deep underground military bases we've got all around the world and consider did we actually build them with the technology? I mean, given the timeline we've given for the Industrial Revolution a couple of hundred years ago, people seriously think we had the technology and the time to build those huge, deep underground bases that exist all over the world, or were they already there from the previous cultures? And they just bring out people and they repopulate the world, and they do it every couple of hundred years. They teach them whatever history they want, and then they harvest what souls they can, bring it into the mainframe, they do a reset and start it all again.
Okay, this really does sound like what you described. I mean, everything we're seeing right now seems like it's very well rehearsed and very well practiced. This idea of a reset is also very consistent with a lot of the symbolism we see regarding the phoenix symbol and the idea of burning down, building back up. Well, whoever's doing the building did the burning. So there's some kind of controlled demolition, and they harvest what they can. Now, something you brought up here about this mesh, this entering the mainframe, this is what I see. I describe it as the world stage. The people who completely buy the vision that comes through the screen, they're entering into a simulation. And I think that it's going to get at the point where you're not going to have to chip people against their will, like the conspiracy theorists are always warning us about. People are going to buy it. People will pay to get chipped. It'll be like a status symbol. I already see people waving around their vax passes like it's a status symbol, like, look at me, I'm saved. So it's almost a new form of it's a higher class of people now. We're vaxxed, you're not. And they're going to buy into, as my point, they line up for their iPhones, they're going to line up for any kind of augmentation.
Well, yeah, it's they're creating an apartheid society is what they're doing with this, with the whole vaxxed and unvaxxed thing. And even with the microchips, I mean, you don't really need microchips. They've got hydrogel that they can use, which is similar to a microchip. It's a Wi-Fi interface that will bond with your cells in your body. This is DARPA's worked this one out, good old DARPA. It's DARPA who's created the microchip that will detect COVID as well, that you can have. But what they're doing, if you look at the work of a man called Dr. Charles Morgan, now he did a lecture in 2018 where he was lecturing at West Point, and he was talking about remote controlling human beings. If you can get these biological agents in there, which can go and be programmed to go and put themselves in any place in the body they want, And then they can perform whatever action depending on whatever frequency you put into them. They can literally replace people's memories. They can remote control people, drive other people like human drones. And this is all in 2018 this guy's doing it. It's neurological, the neurological functions in warfare or something like that, neurological advances in warfare. And they're talking about remote controlling human beings, driving avatars, human drones, and it's all technology that exists right now, and that's in 2018. So if they get enough people vaccinated, they can simply replace the memories of these people. And I question, have they already done this? When you look at the Mandela effect, and many people have heard of the Mandela effect. It works for some people. Some people don't have any memories change. Some people do. And I question whether, some people say, oh, we must have moved to a different physical reality or whatever. I question whether it was simply a field test for their memory replacement technology. And were they able to do it through the screens that we look at, these scrying mirrors, these computer screens, because they changed all computer screens over, and phones as well, to LED recently. And LED is actually a form of Wi-Fi. You can look up Li-Fi, and that's LED. So you don't actually need 5G or anything like that for a fast internet. You can actually use the LED lights in your home. They transfer internet very easily. Now, we're an electromagnetic being. Everything we do is electromagnetic. Every time we have a thought, it leaves our head as an electromagnetic frequency. We are literally having this electromagnetic conversation with reality around us all the time. Everything we're doing now is going directly into the mainframe. People are even filming their lives and taking photos and things. They're not printing these photos out. They're storing them on their computer or on their phone. It's all going straight to the cloud, straight to the mainframe. We're videoing our cameras in our cars. Everyone's videoing the roads everywhere. There's all of this information going online now. And it's all high definition video footage of virtually every aspect of the world. Everyone's camera crazy these days. They want to film everything. Any little interaction they have, they film. They film their dinners. They film all sorts of stuff. So all this is going into the mainframe. So they could easily create a virtual reality in the mainframe, and it could be so real and so close to reality that you would never know you were in there. And if they were able to pull you into that mainframe, pull your consciousness into that mainframe through this Li-Fi LED lighting signal that's around you all the time, would you ever know that they'd done it? That's the question, The thing is, if they can do it, they will do it, which means they already have. That's the way we have to look at this. So it's incredible what they've done. And even LED lighting, like car lights are LED lighting. All of these things, they set up this frequency, they set up this pulse, they set up this energy around you. And would you ever know if you'd been pulled into the mainframe? How many times have you had a thought and then suddenly you've got an ad for what it was you thought about? We know our computers listen to us.
Yes.
You can say something next to your phone and you can say, oh, I need some turmeric, and then suddenly you'll get an ad for turmeric. But what about when you just think about it? Oh, I need some turmeric, and you just think it, and then within 2 minutes you get an ad from Amazon to sell you turmeric. How did the computer know? And then know that it wasn't a coincidence. It's actually reading your thoughts. So if it's reading your thoughts, is it a two-way interface? How many thoughts is it putting into your head? And do you know whether your own thoughts are actually your own thoughts?
That's an interesting point. I saw a tweet by Elon Musk. I don't know about his speaking, but he can tweet fine. And he tweeted about Neuralink. And supposedly they hooked up a monkey to a computer and he was playing ping pong on the computer. I don't necessarily believe that. But then I see him talking about Neuralink, and I'm reminded of how many times I look at my phone before a notification comes in or as it's arriving. And I'm like, you know what? I'm getting the notifications before my phone is. Am I already Neuralinked? I was asking myself at that point. And at this point, sometimes I wonder, are we already interfacing with it on some level? Did we just get walked into it?
We are definitely interfacing with it on some level. We are definitely interfacing with Li-Fi. So many people now, like I pointed this out to people a couple of years ago, look, your phone is actually reading your mind, because how many times have you had a thought? And you think about it, when you just think about something and you don't actually say it, then you get an ad for it, or it leads you in that direction. This isn't coincidence. It's actually reading your thoughts. So there's that Li-Fi interface is already happening. So yeah, it's important for people to see this. And unfortunately, people are too complacent, and they just kind of, it's all convenient and it's fun, and that's the way they make it that way. And also it's addictive because of the dopamine addiction. So they kind of lead you in there without people really knowing that they're being led in there. And then one day they just suddenly find themselves in this virtual world and not know how to get out,
Now, about the Mandela effect, because I've talked about this extensively, I think the most likely explanation is they are playing with people's minds. Because if you look into eyewitness testimony, it's notoriously bad because of the way that memory actually works. You could describe it as the misinformation effect. So knowing about the misinformation effect, knowing about the flawed nature of memory, it would be very easy when everybody's plugged in to do minor tweaks and see who notices. Like, I think the Mandela effect is like the Ministry of Truth in 1984, where they selectively memory hole certain things and replace them, and then everybody just continues as though it was always like that.
Yeah, only on a next level. I mean, they were doing that by replacing the stories in the books and replacing the information, which we see them doing now with Wikipedia and on so many articles. I mean, how many times you go read a news article now and then you go back the next day? It was just so mind-blowing. And you go the next day and it's been changed. And you go, oh, I thought I read that, I must have been wrong, So, yeah, but can they do it with the Mandela effect? I mean, actually getting in there and replacing portions of your memory. And that's what I think it was. I don't think we moved to another, planet, or we moved to a new reality, or we shifted dimensions or whatever. I think it was a memory test, a field test for memory replacement. And I think it was all to do with 5G and yeah, that's what I think the Mandela effect was actually about personally. I mean, I don't know, but that's my personal view on it, on the most likely what it was. So, and now that I've found out about hydrogel and all the stuff that's come out since then, it makes perfect sense that they would have run a field test like that. And I remember saying that at the time when it first came out, that this could very well be some type of memory replacement field test. And it wouldn't surprise me. I think that is the most likely possibility.
Okay, another topic here. We've kind of come across this a few times, but this new revolution, the changing what it means to be human. You will own nothing and be happy. It seems like they're turning us into some kind of a Borg, like a hive-minded entity instead of individualized humans. And I'm looking at the mask. Do you think that the mask, aside from being a medical device, is also there to deaden our interpersonal experiences? Like, what's your take on the mask? Because that's kind of what I feel.
Well, it's ritualistic, and it's a slave muscle. It doesn't do anything to protect your health. It's not for health reasons. It actually damages your health. It's all peer-reviewed medical studies will tell you that. It does permanent psychological damage to children because children can't read micro-expressions on faces. And the children are the targets through all of this. Like, when children are growing up, they're reading your micro-expressions on your faces. They're learning how to communicate. 98% of communication is non-verbal. It's your facial expressions. Kids aren't getting that. They're just looking at people and they're just empty faces with just eyes. These kids are going to grow up as soulless little drones, little psychopaths, little sociopaths. They're not going to have any connection to what it means to be human at all. And it's easy to lead people into the mainframe, easy to lead people into a virtual reality. If you take away the most basic part of humanity, the most basic form of communication, the first part of communication, which is facial contact with each other, eye contact, reading each other's faces. Now we get eye contact, but all we get is the eyes. You can't really read the expression in the eyes too much. You can't read the expression on the face. So this completely programs children to go into this virtual world. If you think about turning the human race into a soulless group of androgynous, non-sexual, sexually binary or whatever, people, it's a process. It's a slow process to do that over generations. They've got us disconnected from our family unit. Then they've got our family units disconnected from within themselves. They've got us all chasing rainbows that don't exist, thinking that we've got to climb to the top of some pile to be successful. And now they're taking away all of our interpersonal communication. They've done that through the internet anyway, so they've got people texting each other. So a lot of people are too scared to talk to each other. So now we have it to the point where they don't look at each other. They don't smile at each other. If they do look, it's just the eyes, So, yeah, it's all about slavery. It's ritualistic. It's about removing your soul and leading you into this soulless virtual reality where you're part of the mainframe.
Yeah,
that's what it's about. The masks have nothing whatsoever to do with health. Every single thing they do is damaging to the human experience, and it's done very, very deliberately.
Right, and that's one of the things I'm noticing is like, well, they're replacing what it means to be human, where now if you're going to see any facial expressions, it's going to be on the TV screen, on a movie. The ones you see in real life are blocked. And then the ones that give you that little dopamine rush, the smiles, the emotions that you see, those are all emojis, so emojis are replacing a lot of interpersonal exchanges. And I do think it's part of transitioning us into living in this virtual replacement for our reality, this super, you call it mainframe. I kind of think that's what it is. The world stage is a real thing, and people are being seduced into it. And neurolinguistic programming tells you everything about how much of what we communicate is based on our facial expressions. And you cut that off, well, now the dominant communicators, the loudest voices, are all MSM approved. And it's going to work out that way into the future.
Yeah, it's pretty freaky stuff. I mean, I can't even look at these people with masks on, and they get up there and they're talking through their cameras, and their voice sounds all muffled, like, because they're speaking through cloth. And I just look at them and go, I don't even know if that's the person that it's supposed to be. If that's up there, it's Kamala Harris or whatever. I don't know if that's Kamala Harris. How do I know? She's got a mask on, So I can't even deal with it. I mean, I go there when I see people out there wearing masks. The first thing I say to them is, "You look lovely today. Smile for me."
Okay.
And they just look at me. They don't know what to say, and I say, that's bad for you, don't you? You don't actually have to wear it, And this is a fraud, don't you? I mean, it's been 14 months. Come on, you've got to know it's a fraud by now. And most people do. But I say, well, if you know it's a fraud, why are you wearing your mask? Why are you are enabling this crime? So take off your mask and get back to normal. But it's all about ritual, brother, and it's all about removing us of our humanity, and that's the first step. The facial communication is the first step of communication. And even when you meet a new person, usually you like their face. That's got a comfortable, kind face, or it just makes you feel good. Something about that person that you warm to and you want to communicate with them. So it stops you even wanting to communicate with people or meet new friends. I mean, imagine a young boy and girl going out now and wanting to meet someone from the opposite sex and get a boyfriend or a girlfriend. They can't even look at each other's faces now. They can't even smile at each other or do anything now. How can there be any of this intrapersonal communication that goes on with people if you're wearing a mask? There can't be. It's the breakdown of the very first aspect of communication in our society, and it cannot be tolerated.
Yes, it's all going to be filtered through the screen. So you're still going to have these interactions, but you're going to have to find them online first because, of course, the way that, and I think that's the intention. Everything will be recorded. Everything's documented. Nothing goes untraced. And this contact tracing that they introduced to track the virus, to me, that's just more of this tracking every transaction. And it seems to me, too, and you probably noticed this as well, everything that they did after 9/11, they did again after the pandemic, but they did it on steroids. So now instead of contact tracing certain people because certain ideas, now you have a pretext to contact trace everybody at once. So now we're all terrorists. Like, this is 9/11 on steroids in that sense.
Yeah, well, I just don't use a cell phone, and I won't do any contact tracing, and I won't install your COVID app, and I just won't do any of it, and that's the way it is. And you can't deny me any services because you just can't. If you really want to get down to it, we'll call the police and we'll boogie, but I'm not being denied anything because I won't comply with your ridiculous guidelines. And if you want to argue about it, well, fine, bring me your scientific method and bring me all your scientific proof because I've got all mine, and we can go boogie in court anytime you want, and you're going to lose. That's my attitude to the whole thing. I just won't take a backward step to them because you cannot give them an inch, because if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, inch by inch. That's what they do. And that's what has to happen. People have really got to see how they're being played here and start pushing back, because all this contact tracing, it's all bullshit. There's actually a great report that came out by Dr. Stefan Lanka just the other day where he actually went through viral experiments in actually culturing viruses, how they actually culture a virus when they go through to test to see if a virus is real. What they put all these certain chemicals in a petri dish, and then they add a little bit of human genome to it, and then they see if this sort of virus thing is produced. Well, he did the whole test, and like they do these tests and results, and yep, there it is. There's the virus. We add the human genome, and this we get all these things there, so we know that this virus is present. Well, he did it, but he didn't add the human genome, and all of the same things appeared. So it isn't the human genome. It isn't any of the human qualities or parts that you put in there. It's all these toxic chemicals you put in there just create these things, and then they tell us that, oh look, we've identified the virus in this human sample, this human gene sample. He did it without the human gene sample, and he got exactly the same results. So he's just completely and utterly blown virology out of the water. There are no such things as viruses that affect you. So there isn't a leg to stand on with this. They've just psyched us up for it through all the movies and Hollywood and films like Contagion and all this stuff that they put out there to get us scared of these viruses. None of them actually exist. It's not possible for there to be a pandemic in the way that they're describing. And they've just used the normal seasonal flu, the normal detox that everybody has every year. And so they're going to just keep this going and keep this going. And they're going to call every time anybody gets sick for anything, oh, it's a new strain, it's a new variant, we need a new vaccine. So, and I think the wheels are falling off it. A lot of people are waking up to it now. But a lot of these doctors that were sort of mainstream doctors that kind of knew there was some underlying conspiracy that always just wanted to keep their jobs. We see hundreds of thousands of them speaking out now about this. A lot of people are breaking ranks and just calling it for what it is. The problem is the media isn't reporting the truth on any of it. The media is hugely complicit as the main enablers of this fraud. But I'm seeing a lot of pushback, brother. I really am. And I'm seeing a lot of people getting it, like 1.3 million people marching in London. That's fantastic news.
Yeah, actually,
even though I think, like I said, I mean, protests don't really do anything, but they are a good show of solidarity. And hopefully that will inspire more and more people to get involved and to push back and just reopen their businesses and get back on with their lives.
It certainly does show the disparity between the real world and the televised one. And that's why I like these big displays. Although I'm with you on activism is always controlled. If there's a protest movement, there's going to be some agents in there. I prefer decentralized inactivism. Just go back to doing your own thing. And if everybody did that, it would be over. But they would rather get all of the people who are active and round them up and find out who they are. So I'm very suspicious of most activist movements out there. I'm glad that you arrived at this idea, about the virus. See, I happen to think it's a superstition. I think that the power elite needed a new form of sin because the old religions are broken down. And I think the virus is just such a thing. So I'll be interested to look into that study because I don't think there's anything there.
Well, yeah, it's amazing research he's just done. I thank God someone's actually gone and done this, actually done the whole Koch's postulate virus isolation test. And he did it without any human sample or any animal sample and came up with exactly the same results without adding the sample. So it shows that it's manufactured. They're manufacturing the whole thing. And that's what they've done. I mean, they've forced people to wake up. They've forced people to come out of the woodwork and to stand up for themselves because many people consider writing on the wall now. Many people realize this is one of the most pivotal times in human history. And we're actually taking medical advice off media and politicians and government advisors and not off doctors and medical professionals, I mean, a lot of medical professionals are going along with it. Some of them are, because a lot of them are just completely programmed. But a lot of them are speaking out as well. I mean, a lot of people became doctors and nurses because they actually do care about people. And they don't want to see this happening. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're going to get through it, brother. I really do. I think there's going to be a major pushback, a major stand of non-compliance. And I think that the criminals that are running the world are going to be held accountable for their actions. Like I said, I think they've done this many times before, but I think this is going to be different this time. I think there's going to be a pushback this time. I don't think they're going to get away with it. I think they've gone too quickly. The world has been made too small now, and there's going to be a complete restructuring, but it's going to be in a way that we want. I think it's going to be, as long as people can get a little bit of personal responsibility and a little bit of life skill is the problem. Because even with any type of reset, even if we pull the government down and we get the criminals out of power, unfortunately, there's still a lot of people out there who say, well, that's great. Now, what are you going to do for me? What are you going to do for my life? What sort of system are you going to put in place? Don't tell me I actually have to be responsible for myself, because people want to be free, but they don't want the self-responsibility that comes with being free.
Yes.
You know, they want to be free to be looked after by government. You know, unfortunately.
Yes, that's the difference between independence and codependence. And people who become dependent on an abuser, and I would say that humanity is in a codependent relationship with government, they tend to look for another controller. They don't immediately run for independence. And I think you're right on that.
Yeah, I mean, anarchy would be great, you know, self-governance, but unfortunately the human race isn't educated enough to have that. If the system was to collapse now, if we do bring these tyrants out of power, there's going to be a huge power vacuum, and there's going to be a whole bunch of people who simply have no life skills whatsoever. Don't even know how to grow a garden, don't know how to go hunting, don't know how to do anything to look after themselves. All they know how to do is go and do the job they were trained to do to get the paper they need to go and purchase the things that they need. That's a problem. That's a real problem. So even with any type of revolution and any type of pushback against this government that we see, we've got to realise that whatever we create, we still need government in some form for the moment in order to, you know, and that's got to be in place in order to re-educate the people to the point that they don't need government. And that's going to take at least 1 to 2 generations for that to happen. I mean, look at the time it's taken to lead us into this slavery system we're in now. This has been a gradual thing over generations. You can't just suddenly switch it off and think if we bring the power elite down, everything's going to turn into a golden age. No, it's not. It will turn into absolute chaos where it'll be dog eat dog and only the strong survive. So we've got to be careful of that as well. I mean, with everything we're doing, all the pushback against the system, we've got to realise that it's more a spiritual battle than anything else. And if we do not have the spiritual awareness to deal with freedom and to deal with what this vacuum void will create, then we're going to end up in an even worse position. So it's a really pivotal time in history, brother. It really is.
Yeah, I agree, and I definitely I appreciate your optimism in this. I feel like they overplayed their hand with the COVID card. The empty hospitals, the citizen journalism really created this environment where you could see starkly the difference between the mainstream televised worldview and the real thing. And also here in America, the media ignored riots and burning police precincts and violence on the streets. They ignored it, but now they hyper-focus on one minuscule skirmish at the Capitol. So I would like to think that the last year and a half has created a new wave of skepticism of MSM. So I'm going to go ahead and ask people here in the chat if they have any questions for you, Max. Thanks again for joining us here. And this is going to be a period of time in the next 20, if you have another 20 or 30 minutes here, where people can ask questions of you directly from the chat. And I can also open phones if someone wants to call in.
Not a problem, brother. The thing about the Capitol riot as well is, I mean, I said that all they need is something like that to be able to outlaw the Republican Party. And when Trump called that rally and that march on the Capitol, this peaceful rally, I thought, there's no way he doesn't know that this is going to be infiltrated and they're going to go and smash things up. I mean, creating this big march at the moment is playing directly into the hands of the globalists, and it's going to turn into chaos, which is what it did. And they also had facial recognition cameras up there, and they were biometrically scanning everybody in the crowd when they all walked down Pennsylvania Avenue. They got everyone to do that big march down Pennsylvania. There were big cameras there. They were facially profiling every single person in the crowd. And this is why you've got so many people have been arrested that attended that Capitol riot. And one of the penalties is a woman who was arrested. I think she was from LA. She's a makeup artist who does eyebrows and eyelashes and stuff. And she's got to go to trial over entering the Capitol building, and she's banned from the internet between now and her trial. So, talking about being platformed from social media and whatever, this woman is literally banned from using the internet. If she uses the internet between now and her trial, she can go to jail. So this is what they do. They create that digital interface between you and the real world so they can lock you out of that interface anytime. And once they've got your digital ID, your biometric code, your health passport, your vaccination status, plus your finances and your internet access all tied up together, then it's really easy for them to just lock you out. And when you cannot access anything in the real world, when you need to scan a barcode or a QR code to even enter a supermarket, and you need to be connected to the internet to do that, well, then you just can't enter a supermarket. You can't do anything. You can't leave home at that point. And that's the dangers of this system.
You know what? I think this ties in to this cancel culture, where they're getting people used to just cancel this person because of what they said, and then vax apartheid, where now the people who don't accept mainstream science or mainstream medical science, they're going against the vax, now you got to separate from them. It seems like they're almost creating a culture where people will be ready for some people just to be eliminated. Like they won't care that their neighbors got canceled.
Yeah, just black them out. Doesn't matter. Go away. You're a nasty person anyway because you disagree with me, so it doesn't matter. Go away. Go away and die. We don't care. Just put them in a black hole and don't look there again. That's what they're doing. That's what cancel culture is all about. Look at cancel culture. This is exactly the same as the Marxist revolution. This is exactly the same as the Mao cultural revolution they had in China. It's all the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. It's cultural Marxism, all of it.
Right. Okay, so I'm going through the questions here in chat, and yeah, I agree. We're looking at the same old revolution, same tactics, which kind of underscores what you said about this just being another reset, but maybe this time we have a bit more insight this time around. So someone here mentions that the term reset was trending before COVID when people were talking about Tartaria. Any thoughts on the Tartarian narrative?
Yeah, well, the whole Tartaria, there was a culture that existed here up until about 200 years ago, a little bit over 200 years ago, they wiped out, which was a worldwide culture. They had free energy, and they reset that society with what they're calling the mud flood. There was some event that buried a lot of that society. And that's when they brought in their fake media and their fake history, and they just told everyone, oh, there's just been an industrial revolution. They repopulated the world with children, and they did a reset then. Well, they're about to do another one now, but I think they've done them before. See, we were talking about resets and the positive form of resets or the negative form of resets and how there have been resets in the past, but not the way we're seeing. This reset they're doing now is a well, I guess that was a reset of everything, but this is even more of a reset. This is a reset to lead us actually into the mainframe. If you can look at Tartaria, that kind of removed us from our connection to the earth, from our connection to earth energy, from the connection to the inner technology that we all have. And we've been in this kind of limbo zone for the last couple of 100 years where they've created this kind of a mirror world where all of that stuff that we had in that culture, they've mirrored back to us from a virtual point, a virtual reality. So everything that we're creating now is like a mirror of the real world. Even when you look at the virtual world, you look at the digital interface we're being given for everything, to access everything, it's a mirror of real technology that we've got. Even when you look at our inner technology, look at a tryptophan and look at DMT, dimethyltryptamine. There should be a lot more DMT active in our body. We should be able to access the tryptophan that exists in all the plants and all of nature around us. This is nature's internet. This is what we would call instinct. This is our communication with nature itself around us through our higher senses that most people don't even know they have, because their pineal gland is calcified. So then this is why we took to the internet so readily, it's so naturally, this instant communication with each other. But that's literally a mirror of what we could already do. So when you look at that last reset from Tartaria into this kind of limbo world where they're creating the mirror, and now what they're doing with this little reset is they're actually leading us directly into that mirror through the looking glass and down the rabbit hole and into what they would term Wonderland.
Right, perfectly explained. Through the looking glass. And that Alice in Wonderland analogy makes perfect sense here, because in Wonderland, everything, all the laws of physics, everything's inverted, and it's literally a dream world. She's having a dream here. And I remember looking at some old books by the Theosophists, early 20th century New Agers, and they talked about how when everybody's initiated, there's going to be global consciousness and global telepathy, and they describe things that sound like what we have now, only we've got it through our technology, not through some kind of spiritual transcendence.
Yeah, we already had it, is the thing. We already had it. So they knew what to model that from, But now they're giving us, it's like they're using the internet to do it. So it's all piggybacked off the internet. So now you've got to comply with their rules to access any of that connection, to access any of that stuff. When really it was just the way we were. It was just a natural part of being alive. So yeah, it's very insidious the way they've done it, which is why it's so dramatic that they're going to create this mirror world and then have the ability to lock people out, because they will literally lock you out of your ability to be human because of where people's minds will be at that point, because they think it's all real. They think you actually need this digital interface. They think they actually have to do what they're told, you know? So it's freaky stuff.
It's like exile or apostasy. Like, if you're thrown out of a religion, it's very traumatizing to be thrown out of your tribe, your community, to be exiled. And some would prefer death to exile. And we're talking about the real possibility of this new system where if you're not in full compliance, you could be exiled with the push of a button, more or less, and you wouldn't have any sort of recourse.
It won't even be the push of a button. It'll be the AI doing it based on your social credit points. The AI will already see that you're not doing what you're told. You'll be an undesirable. It will limit your social credit points, reduce your social credit points, and then it will already have determined what your fine or punishment should be. You'll be taken off and put into a re-education centre so they can re-educate you to the point that you can communicate with society. You'll have to perform community actions and whatever to get your social credit points back up, because without your social credit points, you won't be able to purchase anything. So it's total control. It's a total slavery system, total compliance. And of course, you'll get rewarded if you do what the government says. You'll be able to go to special areas, to VIP rooms and all of this sort of stuff, And people will be able to read it. It'll be like Black Mirror. People will be able to look at you and they'll be able to have a little interface come up and says, oh, there's Tim. Oh, look, he's got a score of 12. I don't think that's the sort of person I should be hanging around with. So they're not going to want to talk to you because you're lower down on the social caste. And, when they do things like in China, when you lose social credit points in China, you get below a certain level and someone goes to ring you on your telephone, they get a special dial tone that says the person you are ringing is down on social credit points. You may be an undesirable. Do you wish to continue with the call? And if you do, then you become a person of interest. So it encourages you not to actually even call this person. You know what I'm saying? So
okay,
you get completely locked out of the system.
Yeah, this is very similar to, I had some friends who were part of the Mormon church, and the friend I knew was in the military, but basically she had crossed some certain lines, smoking cigarettes, staying out late, drinking, and so she was not allowed to attend the endowment ceremonies. So she had kind of been more or less exiled by the church elders, and she was going through a period of rehabilitation. And I'm like, wait, this is the same thing, a system of exiling those who don't. That's why I call this new system the One World Church. I think it literally is a church, and they've used the virus as a pretext for establishing a new priesthood to get rid of the new sin, which of course is the virus. And the exile is one of their most powerful tools for compliance. Now, I have a comment here. Lloyd asks, do you think they're going to do depopulation, or do you think that they'll just condition us not to have children?
I think both. There's going to be a lot of people die from this vaccine and through everything they've done through this virus. Just people wearing masks and locking them away from the sun for a year, eating crap food and getting pumped with 5G. You're going to see so many people getting sick in the next few years. I think they intend to majorly depopulate, but do it in a way that looks believable. It won't be like war or anything like that. It won't be like bombs dropping. I mean, personally, I think we're already at war. This is like a soft kill that they've got going on. I said this back in my first film in 2008. I said World War III has already started. It's a war of depopulation. One of the main tools they're going to use to do this is food, control of world food, control of world trade flow. Why they've set up this codependency between nations so that all they got to do is break down the supply chains and, all the supermarkets are suddenly empty. And we're seeing a lot of this as well. So I think both. I think they definitely want to depopulate, but they'll do it in a way like they're actually getting the human race to kill themselves by wearing masks and taking these vaccines. So, yeah, we're going to see a lot of people gone within the next 3 months to 5 years.
Okay, fair enough. I find that hard to disagree with. And you brought up Black Mirror. And the thing about Black Mirror, it's Netflix. And it seems like everything from Netflix is a prediction for what's going to follow. And even before 2020, Netflix was just awash with pandemic films about hospitals and plagues. And so anything we see on Netflix, I think, is a good indicator of what they're conditioning us for. And there have been episodes in that series where people are able to cancel people, where through their system, the person doesn't even register on their device as being present. And Black Mirror, of course, is awash with predictive programming. It has robot dogs, for example, as police. So do you think that they're getting rid of police to replace them with some kind of robotic system like we see in all these movies?
Yeah, they will do that eventually. That's one of the things they're working on at the moment. Artificial intelligence and they call it Claws AI, which is what they want is strong AI. Strong AI is mobile AI, which is like these robots, dogs, and then they want Claws AI, which is cyber lethal autonomy for world security, is Claws, and that's what they want to head to. And that's basically Terminator type robots. Even maybe RoboCop type stuff. That's where they want to go to. But they'd like to get the human interface out altogether. And once that does happen, then the cops that put all the people and repress the people, they will all get disarmed and they'll all get thrown in with the people as well. So they're all going to go in the same direction. All of the low-level politicians will all be out of work. It's all going in that direction. That's what they want. And that's where they're heading. It's pretty obvious, I think.
Yeah, look, again, it's that apparent problem, reaction, solution formula here. I kind of get the idea too, because the more I look at these events with the police, it's like these have got to be fake or staged instigations for a reason, and that would be a good reason.
A lot of them are so violent. I mean, the beating up of women is so violent, and they seem to be deliberately targeting women and old people because they want to rally the alpha males. They want these guys to stand up. They want to flush them out so they can take them out. Because if there's a big rise of alpha males, it won't be all of them together. It'll be a small group, and then they'll just get taken out. So they don't want any warriors. They want to try to flush these people out. Something else you said with Black Mirror. The thing about Black Mirror, the guy who writes the shows, he can't write anymore. He says he can't think of any scripts because the world has already become more of a parody than Black Mirror was. I mean, he can't think of what else to do because we're already here,
That's the same plot of this John Carpenter film, In the Mouth of Madness, which is about a guy who is stalking or tracing an author whose books are so popular that the world begins to reflect this guy's books. And he writes these Stephen King-style horror books. His name is Sutter Kane. But the plot of the movie is, as the world becomes consumed in these books, and their faces are all in the books like they're in iPhones today, the world literally becomes a reflection of the fictional universe the author created. And I think we're absolutely at that point. And, I sometimes wonder, too, if all of the media we're consuming isn't part of for all intents and purposes, a massive group ritual working to manifest what we're seeing. Like, do you think that there's any reality to the idea that there's magic, like literally some sort of control of our consciousness being used to create the reality that we're in through the media?
Absolutely. Absolutely, I do. I totally agree with that. Which is why, with all the information that I've brought to people, look how this is going, I've always tried to make it positive and make it empowering, and so show people how knowing this information can actually empower them and offer them the doorway out of this reality where we're going. I think it's our powers of manifestation, depending on what we believe is true and what we believe is possible, are profound, and that they are what literally create this whole world that we live in. I think it's all a projection of our collective state of consciousness. So, I can find more proof of this world being holographic than anything else. And when you consider it that way, well, of course, it comes from our mind. Of course, it's a projection. And of course, it's based on what we believe reality is and where reality is going. So if we can't see any way out of this mess, well, we won't ever find one. We'll lead ourselves directly into it, and we're doing it ourselves. So you've got to be very careful of how you present information to people. Just show them what the truths are and show them the power within themselves, because once they discover that power within themselves, we could literally change the world in a day.
Right. That's, to me, that was always the promise of the internet, this decentralization of the means of perception, because it's been monopolized by the few for so long. And to me, it's just a question of, will the masses of followers and believers doom us all to some world stage? And, is there going to be an opportunity to break away or something? And last year, it was kind of shocking at first, because I'm like, wow, look, I don't believe in any of this stuff, but I've got to play by the rules that they abide by. And it was just surprising how fast billions of people fell into lockstep with what the guys on TV in the white robes said. it was like watching a spell being cast. It was almost like, I don't know. It was just too hard to believe at first, but then it was like, man, this is exactly like that movie In the Mouth of Madness. Everybody just goes along with the screen.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, crazy people you thought were awake, people you thought were big, brave, powerful people, suddenly put these little masks on and walk around with their heads cowed and scared of this invisible little virus from coming and getting them. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And it's a quantifiable fraud. I mean, it's so nothing that they tell you on TV equates to the world you see around you when you go outside, which is another reason why they want to have people wearing masks all the time, because it promotes the visual concept to you that there actually is a virus when you go outside, but there isn't. So, yeah, it's been quite amazing to see how everybody simply fell in line, even the people that you thought were awake. So it's certainly separated the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a very positive thing. Commenter here, Vugan Nazzle says, Max Egan, I haven't heard him since he was kicked off YouTube. This makes me so happy. So there are people listening now who haven't heard you since you left YouTube. Where would you steer them so they can keep up with what you've been doing and what you're doing today?
Well, go to my website, thecrowhouse.com, click the face to enter, and you'll find all the other platforms that I'm on. I'm on BitChute. I never stopped posting on BitChute. When I got kicked off YouTube, I didn't skip a beat. I just kept posting on YouTube. For the people who missed the archive on YouTube, there's a website called altcensored.com who actually grabbed my entire YouTube archive, both channels, and they've got the whole lot on altcensored.com, about 1,500 videos that are all up there. You can find me on BitChute, you can find me on MeWe, you can find me on LBRY, on Odyssey. If you go to my website, thecrowhouse.com, you'll find all the links there. But for generally the mainstream sites, I'm kicked off Facebook, I'm kicked off YouTube, I'm kicked off Twitter, off Spotify, off SoundCloud, off iHeart, off Tuned In, and off somewhere else, I think. So I'm kicked off about 8 mainstream platforms. But you will still find me at thecrowhouse.com if you go to my website. I've got forums there which are great. There's a lot of information in my forums. I only opened them when I got kicked off Facebook, and they've really taken off in the last year or so. So a lot of good information there. But yeah, just go to my website and you'll still get my videos. I'm putting out 3 or 4 videos a week for the last couple of years since I got kicked off YouTube, which was probably 18 months ago I got kicked off YouTube. So, yeah, I mean, I'm still around. So do come and say hi and check out the new stuff. BitChute is probably the best place, and LBRY, but you'll find all the links on the crowhouse.com homepage.
Okay, yeah, I'm here looking at the crowhouse.community. It looks like your forum is on fire. Very active forum, excellent. And the crowhouse.com. I'm going to put links to all of your social media and wherever they can find you. I'm going to put it all there at darkmatter.radio. And this is going to be premiering on Wednesday night, the 28th. I'll be sure to message you before. And I'm going to make sure everyone can get to your website at thecrowhouse.com from there. So anybody listening, if you're wondering how to find them, just go to darkmatter.radio, and I'll have the links along with this MP3. Okay, and okay, so Max, before we go, let me go ahead and see if there's any more comments in here, anything else from the chatters. Just I'm glad a lot of people are able to touch base with you because it's very disruptive. Like you said, you've been doing videos nonstop since you've been kicked off of YouTube. And so it's good to find people. It's always somewhat disappointing, though, when you find that people have missed out on so much. So I'm glad to have you on.
Yeah, it's a shame when I hear from people that haven't been able to find me since I left YouTube. I mean, I've got a website, the Crow House. Go to the Crow House and you'll find the links. And if you can't get BitChute or anything to stream in your country, just use a VPN. I mean, you should be using a VPN anyway today. You just should be. So, yeah, I mean, it's a shame that people just kind of didn't go and look at the website when I left YouTube. But, I mean, a lot of people have. So I still get pretty major views on BitChute and other platforms. So the information's still getting out there. So do go and have a look and do share it because a lot of people need to get this information.
Oh, yeah, actually, absolutely. Your work stands for itself. It's out there. It's impossible not to find you. But if they want to find you directly, just go to thecrowhouse.com. Appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today and catch up with everyone here, especially for those who haven't heard from you in the last year or so. So we'll do this again, I hope, at some point soon. I'll send you a link to the upload when it's completed here. And again, Max, thanks again for taking the time. I'm going to send everybody to your site.
My pleasure, Tim. Anytime, brother.
Awesome. Again, thanks for taking the time. We'll talk to you soon. All right, everybody. That has been Max Egan. We're closing up here at the end of the period. I'm going to be putting everything on the site, and subscribe to the newsletter below. Thanks again for the commenters. Appreciate you all asking questions. And I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to the 24/7 live stream. So if you want to stick around, please do. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms, Mask of the Beast. Thanks everybody again for joining. Just to let you know, just go to darkmatter.radio and get on the newsletter. Every Wednesday night, I'll be hosting Midnight in the Desert, and we have a lot of guests lined up. And I had to get in touch with Max a little bit early because of our scheduling conflicts, but I wanted to have his episode premiering on Wednesday, so on 4/28. So subscribe so you don't miss it. Again, Wednesday the 28th. It'll be at midnightinthedesert.com. I'll put links in the chat. Anyway, talk to you all soon. This is, again, Chief Crow, Mask of the Beast.
WWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the Mask of the Beast, Mask of the Beast, Mask of
idea is you don't jump to a conclusion that requires a leap of logic, a leap of faith, or an intervention of the supernatural. Clearly, there's no way you could have mud in vast quantities moving across vast distances. It doesn't make sense. It would have to already be there. The commenter says, I don't understand how a mud flood can kill everyone but leave the buildings intact. Because gravity. They're inferring a whole lot from photos. We're just going to sink. And the only buildings that don't sink are the ones that have the foundations built down low enough, built before the last mud flood, maybe even several recent before, inferring a whole lot from photos. Mud flooders are the people who didn't pretend history. You know, that's what they said. Mud flooders skipped science and math. Mud flooders skipped history. And they may go with that. I don't know. I'm trying to shy away from overarching explanations that begin with the story. And then you find tidbits that build it up. The story, I don't like to put the cart in front of the horse. And to me, the big story with technology and Tartaria and all this, it needs to be approached very much by what we can verify and prove in a way through thing. Like, you're supposed to believe that's a petrified Nephilim elephant. Come on. So again, this is evidence that we can know is real. This is coming from a biblical mud flooder.
You're not gonna like this one, nah, not at first. You're gonna learn to though, you're gonna learn a lot, check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turn into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen bell? And that is filled with radiation. Yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lot I tell that we believe them for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with the hard earned money. $19 billion for cartoons, that's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. If you think the moon can be terraformed, you're wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing you that the moon isn't exactly as it appears like when it's waxing or waning. Doesn't it seem clear? In the daylight, supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through. Like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit, where gravity so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun. But moonlight's colder than moon shade, explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you, and they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
about up there, did you? Sputnik, rockets? Astronauts, crossing their legs for 8 days. You didn't really believe there were all these things whizzing about up there, did you? You didn't really believe.
Just who the hell are you?
It's obvious, isn't it? We control all the crises. We build them up and we shut them down. You didn't really believe there were all these things whizzing about up there, did you? Sputniks, rockets. Astronauts crossing their legs for 8 days.
let me ask you something. At what scale does water defy its own physics and start to curve?
They are ruthless. They are heartless. They don't care about our health. They are greedy. They are seedy. They rob us of our wealth. They deceive us. They mistreat us. They numb us with TV. They mislead us. They disease us. They say obedience is key. They put poison in the water. They put poison in the air. They put poison in the food supply. Then they tell us that they care. They engage in endless war. They send our sons away to die. They send our daughters away as well now under equality's disguise. They peddle pills to millions. They push debts into the trillions. They scare us. They impair us while they carpet bomb civilians. They teach us life is meaningless. They tell us all is random. They say have faith in scientists and authority in tandem. They are ubiquitous. They are omnipresent. They control the past from Perch's present. They plot and plan and scheme in secret. Exploitation, their great achievement. The puppeteering invisible all-seers. The profiteering racketeers of fear. The cult of death to which mankind adheres. They are behind it. But who is they? Satanists, Zionists, globalists, socialists, people who script the news, Freemasons, Disney, Jesuits, the Vatican, NASA, Netflix, the Jews, bankers, aliens, the Clintons, the Queen, the Rothschilds, Henry Kissinger, Crown Council of 13. It doesn't really matter. Because the solution to they is we. Us and you and me. They are pathological. They are pitiful. They are diabolical. They are miserable. They are wicked beings, living wickedly. And their punishment is their wickedness. Because the solution to they is we. Us and you and me. They are pathological. They are pitiful. They are diabolical. They are miserable. They are wicked beings, living wickedly. And their punishment is their wickedness.
We want a world that honors all life.
We are the ones that are marked for the genocide. Trying to run, but there's no place to hide inside. They will forsake us, 'cause we are the We are the ones. We are the ones. We are the ones. Trying to understand. Genocide. Trying to run, but there's nowhere to hide in time. They will forsake us. Killing us all, you cannot vex us all. They will forsake us. Time will tell.
The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on vaccines. We could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
You move to an area and you multiply. And multiply until every natural resource is consumed.
We are the ones that are marked for the genocide. Trying to run, but there's nowhere to hide in time. They will forsake us. Killing us all, you cannot vex us all. They will forsake us. Time will tell.
The only way you can survive is to spread to another area. There is another organism on this planet that follows the same pattern. Know what it is? A virus. Human beings are a disease. Cancer of this planet. You are a plague. We are the ones that are the cure.
Trying to run, but there's no place to hide in time. They will forsake us. 'Cause we are the virus.
Was our new 9/11. And it wasn't as spectacular, and it wasn't all of a sudden. So it didn't exactly shock people in the same way. It's more like it crept on. But like 9/11, 3/11 was preceded by a lot of media foreshadowing.
I've lost my mind dealing with drama. That comment, the shit with weight, it's just a matter of time. Cause I find myself in front of these pages. Can't you see what the rage is? Lost time and lost wages. In quarantine they sick them all around the whole world is playing victim. You don't realize and that they don't face the fact that they're hitting them. Cause I'm running them on through to this phase of shit that they're sitting in. Sick of listening to their words. They're troubling, tumbling, falling out of their mouths. We're taking it down south to the border. With this clip we be so tight with color that supreme border here. The fear. They pushing no justice, get served. They got some motherfucking nerve. You're gonna like the way we run shit, we run it tight. You fucking heard me right. And it be like they're closing so many doors. The IPS crew is here to settle scores.
3/11/2020 was our new 9/11. And it wasn't as spectacular, and it wasn't all of a sudden. So it didn't exactly shock people in the same way. It's more like it crept on. But like 9/11, 3/11 was preceded by a lot of media foreshadowing.
911 and your rights were done. 311 and your business gone. COVID-19, who could have seen? Live up any status, where have you been?
Is it the flu or is it slow death? Anyway, you better fucking hold your breath. Your neighbor cough, call the cops. Means of control deployed like lollipops. Research the reports and the hoax flops. All over the news as anxiety drops. Spreading fear and stress to paralyze out of chaos to develop the enterprise. Preparing communists now, a new paradise. They have to destroy it at the Phoenix rise. Spreading fear and stress to paralyze the Phoenix rise.
911 and your rights were done. 311 and your business gone. COVID-19, who could have seen? Live up any status, where have you been?
3/11 was another 9/11. COVID-19 is the new global terror threat. WHO declares the outbreak of the new coronavirus a pandemic, March 11th, 2020. 33 minutes after 12 o'clock. 33 minutes after noon, on 3/11, it was officially declared this is a pandemic. 3/11/2020 was our new 9/11. And it wasn't as spectacular, and it wasn't all of a sudden, so it didn't exactly shock people in the same way. It's more like it crept on. But like 9/11, 3/11 was preceded by a lot of media foreshadowing.
Life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy from here to infinity. We're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. But a waste of your life, why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is bliss to me. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your life.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. They want control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the evidence of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imposters are only used of innocence. They're trying to condition us to a new norm with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent, and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. But they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus. If you think you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With their nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, never ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show proper etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Yes, mama, I know that it's late, I'll be safe, mama. I'm not going nowhere to escape the law. I'm just going outside for my daily walk, and it ain't the law to wear a mask at all. Oh my God, police might hit me with their rods, throw me to the ground with no just cause, so the post will go viral with no applause. Well, it's a blast from the past and the race for the cash, just like Doug Dimmadome. Dressing all white, that might be subliminal. Lions in the skylight, pure grade chemicals. No, I'm not feeling them. At the bare minimum, I'ma get a minigun and open fire till I say a fall in a million. I know the weight scratch that I meant to say a billion, a trillion, a zillion. No, they ain't killing us. us. Don't know how to get it done for sure, cause the fit they have inside is straight venomous. All we want is freedom, but they always trying to catch another case like the gang leader's name was a Gilligan. Fuck your authority, but then accordingly, down. They got weapons, we got guns, like we ride, bam. What's the plan? All I'm saying, we in the jam, go ham. But we steady, watching the office, look, it's time to take a stand. Look, I see the bricks, but I need a shotty. Vengeance for all them bodies. I auto hooks Mahatma Gandhi. Reparations on me, your Rory.
This ain't the life we wanted. Insidious lies that spoon-fed. Broke the spell. Now I see red. We're manifesting reality. We have the ecstasy. We're coming in with the sickest of strategies. Never been able to ponder the truth. Spilling our secret anatomy. See through deception and fakery with peer-reviewed mockery. Who are these people that talking to me? These people, they more like sheeple. They're like cocaine fiends, just strapped in, flapping their gums. They're looking all over the floor for a piece. It's time I get Benjamin out your minds for least. That's right, we got you off the hook. You're looking a little bit shook. Take a good look at the game for the reasons. I'll stop believing the demons. Grab your Glock, it's hunting season.